Ciao ragazzi, eccomi, scusate, si è staccata la corrente per il maltempo. Ecco cosa è successo, per chi se lo stesse chiedendo, e niente. Penso di riuscire a recuperare, perché ora dobbiamo recuperare la parte della storia finale. Speriamo che non devo rifarla tutto da capo perché ci perdo un sacco di tempo. Perfetto, facciamo finire di parlare a queste due.
Oh, my dear Anya. Even after all this time, you're still... Look at you. You should be enjoying your old age in peace and quiet, especially now that things are finally returning to normal after that terrible calamity.
Once he leaves Simulanka, things will only get more complicated. If his story is to continue, there needs to be more material for the magic to draw upon. I'll just have to skip over some of the less important details.
Anya, why do you insist on sending him out of the storybook world? Why must he face his fate in Teyvat? Why not just let him remain within the story? With my magic, even fate's curse could be undone and he could live happily ever after.
I suppose. In fairy tales, all it takes is a heartfelt wish. And even a wooden puppet can turn himself into a real boy and live happily ever after. That's just how fairy tales end, isn't it? But have you ever wondered what happens to the main character after the ever after? Tell me, Alice, in your eyes, what would be a writer's greatest regret?
To leave a story without an ending.
Not a bad answer. It's true, many writers come to consider that their greatest regret. But I see things differently. My greatest regret is that every story I write has to come to an end in the first place.
Anya.
No matter how brilliantly a character shines, the moment their story ends, their potential is lost forever. For them, the story itself becomes an inescapable fate. But what if, instead, I could place my pen in their hand and let them continue the story themselves?
You mean...
You said it yourself. I can only leave so many words behind. Even with your magic, the idea that I could keep the story going until the prophecy comes to pass is wishful thinking at best. But I've found a way to use your magic to transform some of my finished stories into a special kind of ink. This ink is a magical medium he can use to complete the story the way he wants to. For what is storytelling but another kind of magic? And if he can experience the whole tale himself while leaving behind his own wishes and aspirations, even once he reaches the chapter where I stopped, he'll still be able to carry the story forward on his own. And so, by leaving him this ink, I can entrust him with the responsibility of writing his own story.
a character with the power to write their own story.
That way, he'll finally be free from the cage that is my pen. And like anyone else living in the real world, he can go on to create a life of his own.
And you no longer need to worry about the constraints of my magic. What a brilliant idea, Anya. But there are still risks. First of all, once he arrives in Tevat, he'll have to rely entirely on the story you left him to maintain his connection to that world. As you gradually hand over creative control, that connection will grow weaker, and at some point, he might lose it altogether.
But at the same time, he'll also have the chance to forge that connection for himself.
The issue is, this method taps into too many of Tevat's core secrets. Any overt hints you try to leave will be erased in no time. In fact, it'd be hard for you to leave anything at all to guide them.
We still have the story itself, though. I can use that to show them the way.
It's entirely possible he burns through all your ink, never reaches the chapter you had in mind, and gets stuck, roaming the chapters of his past. But despite all that,
I still believe in what this child can become. His hopes and wishes can be his ink, so he won't be trapped by mine running dry.
Oh, what the writer you are, Anya. Your imagination never ceases to amaze. And you do know how much I love a happy ending. You shall have my help, my dear.
Thank you, my friend. Well then, my child, do you understand what you must do?
Yes, I think I do. It's my turn to keep this story alive.
Then what's holding you back?
What will become of you after I take up this pen?
I will fade away. There will no longer be a reason for me to go on existing. My child, or your mother, I should say, passed away long ago. The voice you're hearing is nothing but a magical echo that has now fulfilled its purpose. You needn't feel so reluctant to let me go.
I know my mother died long ago. It's just, when you lose your mom too soon, it's hard to tear yourself away from the stories she used to read. I guess it's a silly way of pretending she's still here, by your side.
Durin.
But after coming to this world and traveling it with my friends, facing all kinds of enemies together, I suddenly realized I couldn't just sit around listening to my mother's stories because I'd found a new purpose in life. Maybe this is just what growing up feels like. With all my new friends waiting, it's time I finally set aside my mother's storybook. I'm ready to grow up now, Mom.
Then take this. A gift I should have given you a long time ago. You've witnessed this story from the very beginning. Made your wishes, offered your blessings, and even wrote your choices into its pages. From here on out, this pen is yours. Now I ask of you, the other pillar of this story, as both its reader and its witness, will you turn the page so the next chapter can begin?
Vuoi girare la pagina affinché il prossimo capitolo possa iniziare? Giriamo questa pagina. Destino, atto
Suddenly, and
4,
without
credo.
warning, the powers
All'improvviso,
of
senza
darkness
preavviso,
struck.
le forze delle tenebre attaccarono.
The question was,
Il piccolo
could the
drago
little dragon
sarebbe riuscito
prevail?
a prevalere?
Alas, it was
Ahimè,
here
fu a
that the
quel punto
story
che il
witch's tale
racconto
had
della
to
strega
end.
delle storie dovette giungere al
But
termine.
Durin's tale, on the other
Ma la storia
hand,
di Durin,
had only
d'altro
just
canto,
begun.
ora era appena iniziata.
Stepping into his mother's memories,
Entrando
he
nei
picked up
ricordi
her
di sua
pen.
madre, raccolse la sua
And so the
penna,
story that
e
was
così la
ending
storia
began anew.
che stava per terminare ricominciò da capo.
He had made up his mind to challenge
Prese
the
la
fate
decisione
that
di
barred the
sfidare il
way ahead.
destino, che gli sbarrava la strada.
Looks like this is the final step.
Sembra questo sia il passo
A
finale.
chance to strike back at fate? Now that's not something that comes knocking every day.
Combatteremo contro il drago malvagio. Non posso morire. Rinascerò. Non posso morire, rinascerò portando solo sciagure. È stato decretato dal destino stesso.
No, that fate no longer defines me. In
Che
the
so,
end,
prendi la tua
only
arma
my
e
story
fagli
shall
vedere
endure.
di chi è la storia. Battiamo. Prima che fa sto pezzo da fango? Oh, se fai così ti unire. Attacchi così alla bastardata.
Stop that! The abyss is burning shadow! Stay back!
Partiamo sì. Con. Pezzi di fango. So chi sta attaccando.
No dodging this one. Here, I'll help lift you up.
Dai.
Watch! Only my story shall endure!
Ok, lo possiamo colpire con la penna. Perfetto. Quindi continuiamo l'attacco.
Stay away from me!
Il caso in pieno non l'ho visto.
Watch out!
Looks like there's nowhere to hide. Here, I'll cover for you.
Ok, noi ci nascondiamo così. Perfetto. Questo è Albedo che ci sta a salvare il culetto. Poi. Però.
This time, the light prevails!
Ok, ce l'ho fatta. Non ci ho capito niente, ma ce l'ho fatta.
Thank you, Mom.
Prego.
And so it was that
È più
Durin
così che Durin
defeated the darkness
sconfisse
and
le
rewrote his
tenebre
fate.
e riscrisse il suo destino.
But his
Certo.
story
Ma la sua
is far
storia
from over.
era tutt'altro che finita. Infatti, ovviamente. Ovvio che non è finita. Troppo semplice, finiva così. No. È ancora vivo.
Is everyone okay?
Sì, sto bene, sto bene.
Fine, thanks. And hey, we all saw how you fought back there. That was awesome.
Sembri molto più
I have to
disinvolto.
admit, I do feel like something in me has changed. I
Lo
owe you
vedo.
all so much. Without your help, I don't know if I could have ever made
Oh,
it this
che
far.
carino, senza di noi non ce
Just a
l'avrebbe
shame I could
fatto.
only help out from the sidelines. Like I said before, it's not every day that you get to put fate in its place.
Well, I'm sure you'll hear it someday.
Esatto, sono sicuro che
Hear
un giorno lo
what?
troverai.
The chance to strike back at fate knocking at your door.
Yeah, maybe someday.
Allow me to just check one thing.
Sì, controllo.
Yes. The abyssal power within you has stabilized again. And those strange symptoms you were experiencing seem to have completely disappeared.
Oh, thank goodness!
Ce l'abbiamo fatta!
I wonder what it means, though. Aside from the principles of alchemy, what other law of this world governs his being?
Look, it all turned out fine, so just leave it at that. Now that this one's out of danger, it's time for me to get out of here.
Ok, lui se ne
You're
va.
leaving so soon? What, don't humans usually throw a party after something like
Giusto,
this?
si fa
A
festa
party?
adesso.
Do I look like that kind
Sì.
of guy? Anyway, come find me again next time you're in trouble. That's what friends are for, right?
Comunque sia, vieni qui a cioè, vieni a trovarmi la prossima volta che finisci nei guai. È per questo che gli esistono gli amici, no? No. Comunque, certe persone non cambiano mai.
In a way, though, he is right. This is Durin's moment to celebrate, not the time for academic discussions.
Va
Hey,
bene.
I don't blame you for asking. And honestly, I'd be perfectly happy to talk about it. It's just, I wouldn't even know where to start.
It's all right. I'm sure we'll get a chance at some point. After all, your story's only just begun.
Esatto, esatto.
All right then. Traveler and Paimon, we'll part ways here. Given the extraordinary nature of the things we witnessed today, I need to make sure it's all recorded properly.
Va bene, Albedo.
See ya!
See you.
So, it's party time next? Huh?
No.
Congratulations on completing your mission. Now then, as per our agreement, it's about time you returned that book.
She must have known the moment we finished. Just like she said she would.
Perfetto, ragazzi.
I've heard dressing appropriately is a must for socializing.
Nuovo completo ottenuto. Benissimo, c'è il completo di Turin. Cioè, io glielo vado subito a mettere, cioè, non avete capito niente. Dov'è Turin? Subito,
I've heard dressing appropriately.
È più bello così. Abbiamo vinto, ce lo metto. Restituisci il libro ad Elis. Andiamo a restituire sto libro. Dobbiamo volare da qua, però, purtroppo. Facciamoci un bel
Windblade!
seme di il dente di leone. E penso che, ragazzi, la storia di Turin sarà finita adesso. Abbiamo scoperto qualcosa di nuovo. Era tutto incentrato sul fatto che Turin dovesse scriversi la propria storia, quindi sì. Andiamo a restituire questo benedetto libro e penso che possiamo riprendere la mia storia della luna. Così mi finisce questa parte qua, posso continuare solo la luna, che è lunghissima ancora.
Oh, my writer and witness. It's been quite the journey, hasn't it?
You had special plans for the Traveler from the start, didn't you?
But of course, that goes without saying. For a story to live on, it needs both a writer and a reader. Only then can my magic take effect. I chose the Traveler as the witness because of the special nature of who she is.
Che ci
It's
fa
not
sventili?
easy finding someone with that kind of background, you know. For a moment, I even considered taking the role myself.
Beh, eri l'unica che capiva cosa stesse succedendo.
At least it made for an interesting story, right?
Huh? What are you doing here, tone-deaf bard?
With the Hexenzirkel carrying out such a risky experiment in Mondstadt, it didn't cross your minds that the Animo Archon might be slightly curious?
Sorry for the trouble, Lord Barbados.
Think nothing of it. I dare say the Animo Archon quite enjoyed coming along for the
Non l'ho
ride.
finito,
Now then,
perché mi ha
as
dato
agreed, let us
Askin
see
di
the
Turin.
fruits of your labor.
Here, please take a look.
Well. Somehow, despite all my careful planning, it still turned out to be full of surprises. It never even crossed my mind that Rhindotter's child would be capable of handling that kind of alchemy in her stead. When he asked for help with the materials, oh my, I nearly couldn't believe it. If only the others were here too, we could all celebrate together.
I'm right here, you know. The only one who hasn't responded is the one busy stuffing her face over there.
Is that you, Barbie? A little late to the party, don't you think?
Come here, child. Let me take a closer look at you.
All right, Aunt Seer Witch. Here I am.
Just as I thought. This child's fate does not appear among the stars. Anya has accomplished what almost no one before her could.
What does that mean?
Child, all you need to know is that you're very lucky indeed.
Oh.
Just like how she was in the story, huh?
Tell me, little Durin, what will you do next? I, for one, cannot wait to see how your story unfolds.
Well, there's so much I want to do. I'm not even sure where to begin.
How about settling your most recent regret?
Not so fast, tone-deaf bard. What exactly did you just tell Durin to do?
To make a long overdue wish come true.
Thank you once again, Alice.
How much time do you have left?
I believe these should be my final moments. Just enough time to say goodbye to my dearest friend.
This feels like having to say our final goodbyes all over again. I don't like it. Not one bit.
I don't know how to respond to that. Strange. You were always such a cheerful figure in my stories. I even dubbed you the Merry Witch, you know.
Oh, please. You know full well it was your stories that first taught me what true pain and sadness felt like.
Huh.
Aside from saying goodbye to me, shouldn't you also leave a few words for the child? Since the book will be his to continue, why don't you write him a little parting note?
There's no need. His mother already did that long, long ago. All that remains is for me to convey it on her behalf. My child, these may be the last words I get to leave you. I've always thought of the characters in my stories as my children, loving each one of them, just like a mother would. But you are the most extraordinary of them all. You alone can defy the fate of this world and write the perfect ending to my story. You alone shall leave these pages for a future I will not see. Still I say to you, fly, my sweet child. just like a forest breeze, yearns for the open sky. Head into the unknown and seek an adventure to call your own. If you meet a dragon bright as 1,000 jewels, dance through the air together. You are not alone, for this world has accepted your place in it. Do not lose heart. You still have many wishes left to fulfill. A long tale awaits you, my love. Let songs and flowers be the ink that fills its pages. Take my pen and use it to continue your story.
Ok, tutto completato qua, ragazzi. Ho ottenuto persino la storia di Durin. Vediamo l'evento, non lo dovrebbe più segnare. Esattamente, riprendo solo i cosini che mi servivano. Vedi? Devo prendere i potenziamenti. Ecco, posso potenziarmi Durin adesso.
Perché certe truppe dai esami che
Sì.
stanno cercando non ci è raro, però.
Avevi proprio botta di culo. E quindi questo è andato, ragazzi. E ora torniamo al nostro Nord Kai perché mancano 2 giorni e 22 ore. Quindi, vamonos. Sì, è alla fine per adesso scritto più o meno. Perché mo verrei a Nash solo per riunirmi con i compagni e andare a riposarmi, possiamo dire. Andiamo, noi.
Ah sì, vabbè, al finale
Vediamo quanto durerà questa parte qua, ragazzi, perché dovrebbe essere finito perché ieri abbiamo sconfitto, tra virgolette, ma neanche. Tutti si riuniscono, raccontano cosa è
Fortunately, we were able
successo.
to minimize the harm. Only a few townspeople were hurt. But the Reikir of Solnari has now gained a complete form, while we still know nothing about his goals.
It seems we have done something
So più
akin to
donne che
releasing a
uomini da
vicious
sto team.
cuckoosaur into the wild.
Solo Flynn.
I'm sorry. Is no one here familiar with cuckoosaurs?
Paimon knows what you mean, but that analogy seems more than slightly understated.
He said that this world means nothing to him, so it is possible that he doesn't have a reason to fight us at the moment. If his objective had been revenge alone, we would likely have no recourse.
Is there, still time for me to tender my resignation? Just kidding, just kidding. Don't worry, boss. I know there's no running now.
So my canon, my pride and joy was a hindrance rather than a help. Ugh, you know what? I'm gonna dismantle it right now. That's right. And it still works on normal wild hunt anomalies. Don't let this get you down, I know.
Flint's, we'll need you to attend to the aftermath with the Lightkeepers. Don't worry, I've explained everything to them. You're in the clear.
My thanks. For that and for everything else I hear you did to help us arrive at the truth.
Had you been willing to show yourself in public more often, you would not have been so easy to isolate, you know.
Point taken. I will give that some thought. I suppose that's one way I'd benefit from replacing Sergeant Major Sosi.
You mean you're being promoted? Was Paimon the only one who didn't get that?
Well, if you've got a moment, would you like to come with me? There's a certain gentleman I'd like to send off on his final journey.
Segui Flins, dove sta? Che dobbiamo fare, piccolo Flins? Piccolo. Grande Flins.
This man was like a lighthouse. Here he lived as if it were a mere matter of course, and brought light and grace to those around him. But people, once used to illumination, are apt to ignore the lantern's presence. Slowly, gradually, he came to think as such himself. I have achieved too little. I must do better. There is more work to be done. Perhaps his end was tragic. But I remain proud of the way in which he illuminated the path for others. Every shadow born of the light shall remember it.
Oh, poor guy.
I've heard that one too.
E vorrei dire a lui la
Is that
stessa
so?
cosa. Yes.
Well, you're right. It may seem that our efforts were in vain, that Rerir achieved his goals, but we will pursue him to the last, even if the outcome is not what we wish for. It is not dissimilar to the role of a graveyard keeper. We do not seek to bring the dead back to life, only to grant them peace.
Oh, what are you two talking about? Care to explain? Okay.
Either way, the Lantern Fae is not playing the leading role in these final rites. Lightbearer, with your blood you have paved the road to glory and justice. Even as we hurry on, bruised and battered though we may be, stay a while and look back upon the world and all its love and hatred, until it closes its eyes in the depths of night, and a lantern lit for you alone flickers softly into life. Thank you for everything, Sergeant Major Sosi.
Segui il Lunator. Andiamo a seguire anche lui. Si spera che il suo capitolo finisca dell'atto 2 prima o poi.
Hey, it's the Wanator! Should we go after her? Or do you have someone else you'd like to meet?
Seguiamo. Perché ci sono anche obiettivi facoltativi. Ok, vediamo lei. Vediamo dove ci condurrà. Cammina piano piano. Sì. Mi conviene. Sì. Guarda. Devo fare pratica ancora con questi tasti di sto coso. Ed è Colombetta.
Columbina! What are you doing here?
Was it not you who recommended such walkabouts to me?
Yeah, but aren't you afraid the Fatui will see you?
Zandrone seems uninterested in my capture, and the others are unlikely to risk making contact at all. They have more troublesome affairs to deal with.
Se dovessi tirare a indovinare, Rerir è una minaccia per tutti gli abitanti di Nordkai, questo è sicuro.
It's good to come out for a walk either way.
Andiamo a fare questa passeggiata, va?
How do you feel?
Tanto
Is
ormai
Nasha Town to your liking?
si dorme.
The flow of Kuvaki is somewhat turbulent, and the people are ill at ease. However, is this where you purchased the dishes you treated me to?
Are you serious? That's what she's concerned about? Berries and fried meat? Well, we can take you to grab a bite if you'd like to. There's all sorts of delicious stuff out here that you won't get to try at home. You've been quite subdued. Thorny questions on your mind, perhaps? I could not gain any insight into his schemes, I fear. Now that he has donned a shape and form, selling his power short would prove a fatal error. But that power of his plays host to an obsession that borders on mania. I cannot say if that fixation is directed at the moons or at something else. Perhaps understanding the subject of his fixation shall prove key to repelling him in the future.
Parlami dei fetusi.
Well, Sandrone's daily routine is highly irregular, while the doctor often
Quando
orders
Arlecchino,
people
vedi, parlavo di
around.
Arlecchino.
As for Arlecchino... Was that not what you were curious about? Well then, have you been to that experimental design bureau of theirs? That weapon will play a key role in the Tsaritsa's plan. That's what I've heard, anyway. And what plan is that precisely? Well, I cannot say I care.
Ora stavo pensando alla mia
I
astronave.
could look into the Eternal Moon's marrow for you if you wish it so.
Ah, sì?
But after our previous attempt, I suspect your spaceship has been intentionally hidden away.
La nostra astronave è stata
Perhaps someone
nascosta
has certain
intenzionalmente.
truths they wish to hide from you, or from others. And I doubt there are many who could accomplish such a feat.
Quindi c'è qualcuno che vuole nasconderci questa verità? No. Io sono curiosa, voglio capire. Ma l'astronave la troveremo mai, no? Non lo so. Ma penso di sì, comunque abbiamo visto più o meno dove dovrebbe essere. Però...
I still wish to return to the moon that belongs to me. That is where the answers lie buried. That is my true home.
Ok. Missione completata. Penso che abbiamo finito anche l'atto 2, ragazzi. Zitti.
Interesting. You followed me this far. Why not show your face?
Haha! Right, right. Right you are. I forgot to introduce myself. The name's Varka, Knight of Boreas, and Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius.
Ma che c'entra Varka che è andato appresso a questo? Non lo so. Qualcuno mi spieghi. Mi ha dato poche stelline. 30 me ne ha dato. Quindi 500 e 500 non me li ha dati. Ok, qua abbiamo completato la parte 2, ragazzi. Adesso partiamo con la parte 3. L'atto 3 più peraltro. Perché prendo questi? Perché sennò mi fa male la testa a vederli. Ah, se fai questi, sì. Se fai questi così ti donano. Ma la fa tutto, però. Ok. E ufficialmente iniziamo il nostro capitolo 3 a 3, quello che è. Devo aspettare 2 giorni per farlo e andiamo. Tanto mette tutto lui. E io non sto facendo niente, mi fanno tutto il tempo. Io devo scarpignare comunque in queste puntate, ve lo dico. Se no, non sono io. Non è da me. Vai a Nascia, come se non ci fosse già Nascia, sai? Ma in tutto ciò io a mangiare, come sono messa? Ora la situazione è complicata, io devo cucinare. Mi aspettano allora, giusto? Mi aspettano, sì? Io devo cucinarmi qualcosa. Sono senza cibo. E qua il cibo è la cosa più fondamentale che ci sia. Aspetta, faccio shopping un attimo e torno da voi, Cucinarci un bel qualcositos. Allora, questi sono 50. Queste ne ho 8 e va bene. 8, 8, 8, 9, 3. Questo non mi interessa. 4. 6. Queste ne servono almeno altre 4. Quindi facciamo il tondo. Perché queste le uso spesso, quindi sì. Queste 8 sono perfette. 8, 8, 8, 4. Questo ce n'è uno. Ma non penso sia un problema perché sono le ricette nuove. E queste non ne posso fare perché non ho gli ingredienti. Perché devo andare a fare shopping, ragazzi. Ok, qua che c'è? Abbiamo un po' di verdure. E andiamo a fare la missione. Torniamo alle cose serie.
Oh, it's been a few days since we said bye to the others in Nasha Town. Still no news about Rarer, though. Where could he have slunk off to? If only he was gone for good. But with all the trouble he stirred up before, there's no way we've seen the last of him.
Hello, you must be the traveler in Paimon?
Siamo noi.
Mr. Flint has been looking for you. Unfortunately, there's been a serious wild hunt attack over at the quarry. He thinks it's time to regroup and figure out a plan.
The wild hunt? Oh, uh-oh. We better get over there, right away!
Let's go, let's go. Andiamo. Ed ecco che qua inizia l'atto 3, ragazzi. Subito così. Una bella caccia selvaggia. Contra Flins alla cava. Perfetto. Dove sta la cava? Ah, lì. Io come ci arrivo? Non c'è neanche un coso vicino, ma forse è questo. Forse da qua. Forse posso fare una scorciatoia mini. Non devo sprecare troppa stamina perché sennò quando mi servirà non ce l'ho. Perfetto, andiamo qua. Quindi questo è il silenzio.
I can barely sense any Kuvaki at all. This whole area feels like a soulless husk.
Looks like his appetite truly is insatiable. As if the power of that energy cannon wasn't enough.
He's not seriously still getting stronger? What's his endgame here?
Everyone's here already. Hey, we made it. So, what's going on?
We've all been on high alert since we split up a few days back, expecting Rarir to strike again. But it's like he just vanished into thin air. No one has seen him nor found any trace of his presence.
Perché non vuole farsi trovare
That is,
adesso.
until this morning, when a ratnik found signs of wild hunt activity while out here on patrol. As you can see, the Crystonite itself is physically intact, but the Kuvaki it contained is all but completely diminished.
And we're sure that Rarir did this. Who else? He's the only one who could pull off a stunt like this.
Kuvaki loss has reached critical levels. Reikir of Solnari set to maximum threat level. Warning, unless de-escalation measures are taken soon, he will pose a threat beyond our ability to contain. The consequences could be catastrophic.
Traveler, do you remember when we encountered Rarir just after regaining his body? There wasn't a shred of sanity left. Nothing but madness and rage.
Sì, me lo ricordo molto bene, sì, era un po' pazzo, sì.
Yeah, Didn't he shout out a bunch of names? Then he started raving about how nothing in this world mattered to him. Oh, Paimon gets chills just thinking about it. Oh, but the thought that he's still out there, lurking somewhere in Notcry, waiting for his chance to strike? Oh, even chillier.
Last time we fought, we were already at a disadvantage. If he has such overwhelming strength, why would he suddenly go into hiding?
Appunto, se la sua forza è così immensa, perché mo si sta nascondendo? Perché c'è qualcosa che non ci dicono?
Yeah, if I were him and I wanted more Kuvaki, I'd just take it by force. No point staying in the shadows.
Forse sta cercando
Something
qualcosa.
went wrong. His whole resurrection thing didn't
Come dice lei, la
exactly go
resurrezione non è
smoothly.
andata come previsto.
The other thing is, how does someone who's completely lost their mind still have the wherewithal to cover their tracks so perfectly?
Beats me.
E se le sue tracce vengono nascoste con l'aiuto di qualcun altro? Perché è finito il capitolo 2 con l'arrivo di Varka che lo seguiva, no? Varka, che è il nostro cavaliere della Fabius di Mondstadt, no? Potrebbe tradire? Potrebbe. Perché in questo gioco non ci si deve fidare quasi di nessuno, ragazzi. Non mi deve fidare neanche di Paimon. Paimon potrebbe essere la traditrice number one.
According to certain medical studies, insanity does not always entail a complete loss of rationality. It may be that he is simply living in a world of his own.
Actually sounds about right. He was ranting away to himself the whole time, like he had zero interest in talking to us.
There are many unanswered questions here. He could be right under our noses, and we'd still be in the dark. Besides his name and title, we know little about him. Certainly nothing about his past, or what he might be hoping to achieve.
Exactly. And we wouldn't even know where to begin looking. Even Boss hadn't heard of the Rahir of Solnari before all this. I'd be willing to bet that even if we gathered together every scrap of intel in Nodcry, we still wouldn't find more than, like, 3 useful facts about him.
So, if we do nothing, he'll just keep getting stronger. But if we want to investigate him, we have no idea where to look. Last time we had Marionette and her big robo-buddy to help us, and we still barely held our ground. If we had to face him alone... Oh, Paimon's head hurts just thinking about it. What are we supposed to do against a threat this big?
Well, I do have a little hunch about his next move. Given that he attacked the quarry, I'd say it's likely he'll target other places rich in Kuvaki. Somewhere like the Eye of Krati, or the Pillar of Embla. One thing's for sure. If we just sit back and let him keep absorbing Kuvaki, we really won't stand a chance against him.
Una cosa è certa, se continuiamo a rimanere con le mani in mano, gli permettiamo di assorbire il Kuvaki e non abbiamo alcuna possibilità contro di lui, giusto? Hai
A
ragione.
perfectly reasonable hypothesis. However, it is worth noting that these two locations are quite far apart. To investigate them both,
Giusto,
we'll need to split up.
I agree, we should split up. Right now, Rarir's goal seems to be gathering Kuvaki, not fighting us directly. Once we're done, let's regroup on Hisi Island.
È giusto, hanno ragione, perché per poter, come si dice, raccogliere informazioni e tutto il resto, dovrebbero dividersi in 2 posti, quindi devono fare un gruppo di... Una parte vanno da un lato e una parte va dall'altro, quindi sì, giusto, non fa una piega sto ragionamento.
Wait, why Hisi Island?
If I recall correctly, your largest goddess statue was carved from Kuvaki-rich ore, was it not?
That's right. Yes, it could well be a potential target of his. I should head back and start evacuating the pilgrims.
Madonna scornis.
Splitting up's always gonna be risky. But I guess we don't have much choice, right? We're in a race against time here.
And if we do run into
E se ci...
That's
scappiamo?
when you follow the third rule of treasure hunting. Run like the wind.
Ovvio.
Didn't you say the third rule was go with the flow?
I don't know. Did I? Anyway, whatever. In this situation, go with the flow means go find backup.
Agreed. If anyone finds so much as a trace of Rerir, do not pursue him. Get out of the area and alert the rest of us as soon as possible. We need to put safety first.
All right, we'd better get moving. Come on, Ineffa, let's go.
Let's go, let's go. Tutti. Ok. Loro evacuano la gente perché comunque possono essere in pericolo. Vai all'enclave della luna gelata. Perfetto. Aspetta un attimo. Qualcosa di interessante qua. Sì, forse qua all'inizio avevo preso qualcosa. Mi sto facendo pratica con i tasti, raga, giuro. Perfetto, andiamo all'enclave della luna, che si trova... Dove si trova? Aspettate, madonna. Ma giustamente un posto che io non ci ho messo il check. Dai però, lo fai apposta. Mo, devo sbloccarmi pure l'area. Fa. Lo fa apposta. Il gioco lo fa apposta. Sì, la farò questa missione, signore, però mi sta un po' troppo cuffiato sul collo, signora, scusi. Allora, io quelle zone le devo sbloccare. Me le devo sbloccare, dovete ricordarmelo voi in un futuro, ovviamente. Se ci passo le sblocco in live, se non ci passo vuol dire che non le sbloccherò mai. Ma prendiamo Lunaculus, che ancora non sto utilizzando per metterli alle statue perché sono una brava persona. Io voglio raccogliere un pochino quello. Tipo, vedi, là c'è un check. Se ci passo, posso usufruire di quel check. E poi adesso ci vado prima di andare alla missione, perché la missione sta lì. E non ci sono. Fai tu, te ne privi? No, la vado via, la statuetta. Perfetto, possiamo andare alla missione. Là c'è pure un dominio. Non sarebbe male sbloccarsi anche il dominio, che non mi scordo di farlo. Almeno se ci devo rivenire, almeno so che c'ho il dominio, poi check. Giusto non so a chi serve questo dominio, però qualcuno servirà prima o poi. Là c'è il cosino dell'Unaculus, però noi prendiamo la missione adesso. Ho fatto troppi giri veloci. Lo so.
Any leads?
Nope. Diddly squat. No clues to where he might be hiding. It's like he's a ghost. It feels like we're sitting on a powder keg that could go off at any second. Oh, I hate this feeling. I'd rather face him head on than be left hanging like this.
So, you guys didn't find anything either?
Esatto.
Not loving the word either. How about you, Flint's?
I questioned a few Ratniki and eventually narrowed my investigation down to one suspicious individual. But by the time I got to his place, he was already gone. Almost as if he knew someone was on to him. Either that, or he's just extremely cautious, and doesn't stay in one place for long.
He's been biding his time for a while now. The question is, where or what is his next target?
Non lo so chi sarà il prossimo
No
bersaglio
idea.
o dove attaccherà.
Since regaining his body, he seems to have lost all interest in the fragment in my possession. If he did still want it, he's had plenty of chances to take it.
All we can do now is hope that Ino and Anefa turn up some leads. Darn it, Rerir. If you've got the guts, come face me one-on-one! Wait, he's actually here?
Glielo giusto per dire. Ma chi è?
No, it's coming from Silver Moon Hall. The Lady Kutar might be in danger.
Let's get over there, quick!
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Why is he attacking the damn select? What's going on?
No time for questions. Stop him!
This is insane.
Yehuda, get Kutar out of here!
On it.
Look where your feeble light has gotten you. Now, you shall plunge into darkness. Thalindus, soon, I will find a way.
Watch out!
Chi è? Basta, Asus.
Find them. Even if it means turning this place to ashes.
E riduco io in cenere il brutto pezzo di Emmental.
That was too close!
We barely made it out of there alive. What's that guy's deal? How'd he get so crazy strong?
È probabile che quella non era il massimo della sua forza, esattamente.
He's a threat to this entire nation. I doubt his strength could even be measured by conventional standards.
I have a question.
Pure io.
When me and Anefa showed up, we saw him chasing after this lady like he wanted her dead. What was that all about?
We weren't there for the whole thing either. They were already duking it out by the time we arrived.
Yeah, we didn't see how it all started. It all escalated so quickly, we had no choice but to step in.
Kutar, can you shed any light on the situation?
Esatto, dici
Kutar.
qualcosa.
Cross-checking database. I see. So you're the one that the Frost Moon Scions refer to as the Moon Goddess?
Wait, she's the moon goddess? Oh, no wonder she looks just like all those statues.
There are many reasons why people might worship the moon, and just as many why they might despise it. I've never met that person before, but there was no mistaking his deep-seated hostility towards me. Why he holds me in such contempt, I cannot say. But since he hunts the power of the moon, it's no surprise that I am a target.
Kutar.
There are many potential motives. For instance, you help the traveler escape his grasp. This could be his way of taking revenge. It is also possible that he covets the Kuvaki inside you and seeks to take it for his own. The list goes on. But right now, devising a counter-strategy should be our #1 priority. The likelihood of this location being discovered is close to 100%.
A counter-strategy? We don't stand a chance against an enemy like this. Surely our only option is to run. He's not gonna chase us to the end of the world, right? So as long as we can sneak out of Nodcry undetected...
Fuggire non è la soluzione, figlia mia.
I can't say that. Come on, Yehoda. This is serious stuff. You can't suggest we all just chicken out.
Running is our only option.
Huh?
You seem surprised. But what other choice do we have? We are facing an enemy we cannot possibly defeat in battle.
Well, I mean, yeah, but still.
It's not too late. I can distract him, so you have plenty of time to make your escape.
Wait, what? You're gonna act as bait?
Doesn't that make sense?
Voi fate
I'm the one he's after. There's no need for you to risk your necks on my behalf. A coyote doesn't stop for bypassers while it's howling at the moon. What is it, Lama? The Frost Moon Scions have already grown accustomed to life without their goddess. My presence here is no longer essential, and this is not my home, so you needn't ask me to stay.
We can't just roll over and let him get away with this. That's not our style.
Yeah, we can't just call it quits after everything we've been through together. Besides, she'd pretty much saved my life back there. If I just ditched her now, I'd never forgive myself.
We can't overlook that you have saved our lives multiple times now. To talk of returning the favor would be a little crass for my liking. But suffice to say that we are friends, and friends look out for one another.
Rira's true objective remains unclear. Even if we were to sacrifice Miss Kutar, there's no guarantee he would stop.
But...
Kutar, I know why you left the Frost Moon Scions so long ago. It was because people started treating prayer as a form of trade. They would make self-centered wishes, force you to accept meaningless offerings in return, and then expect you to perform miracles for them, as if that were their entitlement. If it were me, I might have walked away too. But I believe that time can change everything, and that sometimes it takes losing something precious to appreciate its true worth. After much reflection, I've realized that this was never about whether the Frost Moon Scions need you. Any relationship based on need is purely transactional. What I truly hope is that you'll choose to stay, not out of obligation, but as part of our family. You were born here, and now you've returned. Who knows? Perhaps it was the moonlight that guided you home.
Thank you, Lama. But my power is on the wane. I'm afraid I will be of little use to you now.
Ora tocca a noi aiutarti, Colombi.
Very well then. I'll do as you say.
Brava ragazza.
Both times you saved us, we were transported across great distances in an instant. Is that one of your powers as the moon goddess?
It is, but I find it very draining. I barely managed to pull it off just now, and it will be some time before I'm strong enough to do so again. Rejected by the world, my power is dwindling. like a lake cut off from its source, slowly shrinking away. Now, it has almost run dry.
What do you mean, rejected by the world?
Appunto,
The
che
three
significa?
moons belonged to the ancient bygone era in which they came into being. From the moment I was born, the world itself has been steadily sapping away at my strength.
Le tre lune appartenevano all'epoca passata in cui nacquero. Dal momento in cui sono nata, il mondo ha gradualmente indebolito la mia forza. Ecco perché abbiamo bisogno del midollo lunare, per prendere in prestito il potere della luna eterna.
The three moons are not one and the same. As the goddess of the frost moon, I cannot wield the powers of the other two. Yet moonlight has a way of blending together. Each can reflect the other's glow. So when our fingers touched, I was able to restore my strength by drawing Kuvaki from the eternal moon's marrow.
Cioè, lei ha detto che comunque lei non comanda nulla sulle altre due lune che ci stanno, quindi i raggi del chiaro di luna possono fondersi tra loro e ognuno riflette il bagliore degli altri. Perciò, quando le nostre vita si sono toccate, sono riuscita a recuperare la mia forza, estraendo il Kuvaki dal midollo della luna eterna.
But this method of recovery is painfully slow. If only we could find the...
Solo che dice che questo metodo è molto lento, quindi vorrebbe trovare qualcosa. I cacciatori selvaggi.
It's
No.
the wild hunt! Even faster than we expected. We'll have to finish this conversation later.
Non so che dobbiamo trovare, ma dobbiamo combattere adesso.
See how those wild hunt creatures are running away from us. They're likely just a scouting party, which means Rerir won't be far behind.
Esatto.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's get the heck out of here!
Scusate un attimo, perché comunque voglio avere tutte le cose dei miei personaggi, perché se metti caso la dovessi vincere, so il set che lei ha bisogno di usare, per farvi un esempio. E i manufatti. Che si manufatti sempre a lei, li danno pure. Poi, i suoi non sono quelli che... Cioè io metterò un set tutto a parte poi comunque, perché loro tutti uguali ce li hanno. La sua arma la so, la perfezione, che è la rovina insanguinante, perché c'ha la lanterna. Ah no, l'ho vista ieri. Questa cosa per i manufatti, vedi, c'è... Però io ragazzi ho dovuto farlo, perché mi mancava l'auma da controllare. Perfetto, adesso l'ho controllata. E posso continuare. Che guardate. Secondo.
They just keep coming! This is driving me nuts!
Rerir's closing in on us. We need to pick up the pace.
Too many of them! And this time, we can't fall back on Tutar's house to escape! If this goes on much longer...
Close your eyes. Observe. Close your eyes.
For the everlasting forest.
Be silent. The long sleep beckons.
Ding dong water bomb!
Penserò Prince, ragazzi.
Close your eyes. Feel the
ultimatum protocol.
Creatures of the night.
Raga, questa sì. Arriva, arriva. È arrivato. Ah no, chi è qui? Ah, chi sei? Non Reddit, che cazzo la sei? Bella sta arma, lo voglio per filo. Minchia, scusate, che sia per bello. Chi sei?
What's the matter? Bit off more than you could chew?
Che bello. Chi? Chi sei?
Uncle Varka! You're back from Amsvartnir?
Varka?
Oh, you're Varka? Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius?
We could save the intros for later. Right now, let's get you all out of this hellhole. Follow me. I know somewhere you'll be safe.
Oh, is that where I think it is?
That's the one. Come on, move! There's no time to waste.
Il tizio di cui parlavamo all'inizio, ragazzi. Sì, è lui. Egregio signor Varka.
Wow! Where are we? This is so well hidden.
Well, that goes without saying. This is the Knights of Favonius' meeting place in Nodcry, and a contact hub for the Northern Intelligence Network.
Questo è il luogo d'incontro dei Cavalieri del Fabius a Nordcry, nonché il centro di comunicazione della rete di spionaggio del Nord.
AKA, the black market of intel. No matter what faction you're with, it's the place to buy and sell information. Their headquarters are in Nodcry, but they've got contacts in every nation.
Io comunque lo dico adesso, non lo dico più perché mi divento ripetitivo. Cioè, non puoi farmi... Cioè, io spero che non ci tradirà, questo spero... Cioè, infatti gli togliere la maglietta, voglio vedere sotto. Cioè, perché devo vedere solo le donne? Fatemi vedere pure gli uomini, porco zino. Cioè, è bellissimo, cioè, c'è questi capelli biondi, questi occhi azzurri. Io non sono amante del biondo occhi azzurri, sono amante del generico. Però, cioè, è troppo figo. Però io sono combattuta perché ho il mio D-Look, lui non lo posso tradire. Flins, non lo posso tradire. Mo c'è Varka. No, non posso tradirli tutti, dai, su. Comunque, ossia questo è il mercato nero delle informazioni, non importa quale fazione apparteniate, è il posto in cui poter comprare e vendere informazioni. Il loro quartier generale si trova a Nordcry, ma hanno contatti in ogni nazione.
As an
Perfetto.
expeditionary force on foreign soil, working with them has offered us the most effective way of getting our hands on reliable local intel. This is where we meet, so naturally, it's secure.
Allora, quindi questo è il modo più semplice e efficace per acquisire informazioni affidabili sulle situazioni locali.
Anyway, where were we? Folks from Nodcry should be pretty familiar with me by now. But I believe this is the first time we've met.
Sì, è la prima volta che ci
Allow
vediamo.
me to introduce myself. I am Varka, Knight of Boreas, and Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius.
Lasciate che mi presenti, io sono Varka, cavaliere del Boros, gran maestro dei cavalieri del Fabius. Io immagino tu senza maglietta in questa posizione. No.
We've heard all about you. This meeting's been a long time coming. You look way younger than Paimon expected, but you definitely have that Grand Master vibe.
Well, I'm no spring chicken. Just not showing my age yet. Definitely feeling some of that back pain today, though. Rushed back from Amsvartnir without a wink of sleep, only to get right into another fight with that freshly revived maniac.
Another? You mean you fought him before?
Appunto, come fai a dire un altro? Cioè, combattuto e non ce l'hai detto, eh? Brava,
Yep.
brava.
He wasn't nearly as strong back then, but he was still a formidable foe. I brought some of the knights along to give him a little surprise, but he saw us coming from a mile off.
Sì, non era così forte allora, ma era comunque una versione temibile. Portai con me alcuni cavalieri per dargli una piccola sorpresa, ma capì tutto sin da
My squad
subito.
took heavy injuries and I barely made it out alive myself. We knew it might have been our last chance, so we staked everything on it. But still, it wasn't enough to stop him.
Molti membri della mia squadra sono rimasti feriti, io stesso ne sono uscito vivo a malapena. Sapevamo che era la nostra ultima possibilità, così abbiamo dato il massimo, ma non è bastato a
I tried
fermarlo.
tracking him down afterwards, but he didn't leave a trace. Even in his unhinged mental state, he's as cautious as any trained operative.
E ho cercato di rintracciarlo, ma non ha lasciato neanche una traccia. Anche nella sua condizione mentale instabile è rimasto cauto come un agente addestrato. Ma è strano, no? Perché è finito il capitolo 2 con Varka che lo aveva visto mentre era nella sua forma di adesso. Qualcosa non quadra, cioè per me, parlo per me, Io sono una sospettosa su queste cose.
So, I decided to come find you. And as luck would have it, turned up to find you being ambushed by the Wild Hunt. The rest, you already know.
Così ho deciso di venire a cercarvi. Per mia fortuna mi sono imbattuto in voi mentre la caccia selvaggia vi stava attaccando. Il resto lo sappiamo già.
Is that why he's been frantically absorbing Kuvaki these past few days? Because he sees you as a threat?
È per questo che ha assorbito Kuvaki in maniera frenetica negli ultimi giorni? Perché ti vede come una minaccia?
Maybe I'm part of the equation, but even if I weren't, I'm sure he'd still be gathering power. He's clearly working up towards something.
Forse c'è qualcosa, c'entro qualcosa io. Ma in ogni caso... Sì! Mi sono capito, aiutaci. Io comunque so della mia idea. Ma lui ha detto, ti dico quello che ha detto lui adesso, fratello, ascoltami. Ha detto che lui ha attaccato la prima volta quando era debole Rerir. Poi dopo ha perso le tracce, però è strano perché lui non aveva il suo corpo quando è apparso la prima volta. Era tutto violaceo. Quando abbiamo visto il finale dell'atto 2 e Varka era dietro di lui che lo stava inseguendo, lui aveva già il suo corpo, quello che ha appena sbloccato. Però lui dice che non l'ha visto dopo un incontro solo. Quindi qua la cosa puzza. Eppure troppo. Ma lui dice che forse qualcosa c'entra lui, ma in ogni caso è certo che stia continuando a raccogliere il suo potere. Perché sta pianificando qualcosa.
Note to self. Uncle Varka's strength rating officially upgraded.
Il grado di forza dello zio Varka è
I guess it's
aumentato.
my turn to ask questions now. So, what exactly has been happening in Nodcry? Why has the Wild Hunt returned in humanoid form? And why is it after you?
Ora tocca a me fare le domande. Cosa sta succedendo esattamente a Nordcry? Perché la caccia selvaggia è tornata con una forma umana? E perché ce l'ha con voi? Ma in realtà è quello che
It's a
stiamo...
long story, but I'll try to make it quick.
Spieghiglielo in fretta, figlia mia. Devo metterci a spiegare tutto quello che è successo. Voglia
Wow,
di
I
perderci
had
la
no idea
testa.
so much had happened. Sounds like you guys have really been through it. So, the Kutar is actually a Fatui Harbinger. And all this Wild Hunt activity in Nodcry is the work of the Raker of Solnari, one of the 5 sinners.
Quindi la Kutara, cioè Colombina, in realtà è una messaggera dei fetusi. È la responsabile dei recenti fermenti della caccia selvaggia a Nordcry. E il Vindice di Solnari è uno dei 5 peccatori, cioè Rerir è uno dei 5
That's a
peccatori.
lot to take in. Need some time to wrap my head around it
Sì,
all.
immagino.
I'm truly sorry, Mr. Varka. You stood with us against the Wild Hunt and did everything you could to stop it from escalating into a full-blown catastrophe. And then, the one time you're away, it all comes to a head and all your hard work gets undone.
You've got nothing to apologize for, Miss Moonchanter. You can plan 100 steps ahead and still slip up. That's just life. No one knows what tomorrow holds. You can't predict which way the wind will blow next. And, to be perfectly honest, I can't say I'm surprised. For all the times we've defeated the Wild Hunt in the past, we've never been able to completely wipe it out. Turns out, we were just delaying the inevitable.
A dirla tutta, non posso dire di esserne sorpresa, è vero, abbiamo sconfitto la caccia selvaggia tante volte, ma non siamo mai riusciti ad eliminarla definitivamente. E quando stavamo solo ritardando
But now that a
l'inevitabile.
new variable has come into play, fate may well take a different course.
A new variable? You mean us?
Who else? And in a
La variabile
strange
siamo
way,
noi?
I think his resurgence might not be an entirely bad thing. The Wild Hunt is like an unrelenting force of nature, but Rerir is an individual with an agenda. He's gotta have a weak spot somewhere.
In qualche modo penso che la sua rinascita non sia poi qualcosa di così negativo. La caccia selvaggia è come una forza della natura implacabile, ma Rerir è un individuo con i suoi obiettivi. Deve avere un punto debole. Chissà quale
That
sarà.
said, while Ino was explaining everything just now, some of the points that Mr. Flint's added caught my attention.
Cosa sono che ti ha tirato di Flint's
You mean about our mystery ally?
That's right. From what you've said, not only did they lead you straight to some key files, they also shielded Hisi Island from a lethal Kuvaki blast.
Da quello che mi hai detto, non solo vi ha condotto direttamente ai documenti chiave, ma ha anche protetto l'isola di Isi dall'esplosione del Kuvaki letale. Ok.
I don't know who or what could pull something like that off. Heck, even Miss Columbina doesn't have a clue.
I hadn't heard the story about those files. Would you mind repeating their titles for me?
Sì,
Wild Hunt Phenomena Log, a Nodcryan Ratnik's Field Journal, and Kuvaki Survey Log.
Registro dei fenomeni della caccia selvaggia, diario del campo del Ratnik a Nordkrai e il diario di ricerca sul Kuvaki.
Oh. No. Still doesn't ring a bell.
Non le dicono nulla.
Another dead end. Guess all we can do now is hope that our mystery ally keeps showing up when we most need them. Still, it's safest to assume they won't be intervening again. From here on out, we'll have to resolve this crisis by ourselves. Your intel also explains something else I've been wondering about. The reason I led my team to Amsfarnir was because we'd had reports about a possible source of the Wild Hunt showing up there.
Le vostre informazioni spiegano anche un'altra cosa su cui avevo dei dubbi. Ho condotto la mia squadra all'AMS, comunque a quel coso là, quando abbiamo ricevuto segnalazioni riguardanti le possibili apparizioni di una fonte della caccia selvaggia lì. Ma dopo aver indagato, hanno capito che era un depistaggio. E ovviamente sto depistaggio ha funzionato chiaramente.
I doubt it's by chance that he happened to make his comeback while my attention was diverted. And from everything you told me, it sounds like his scheming began well before his return. So maybe luring me away was all a part of his plan. But is it even possible that he orchestrated all of this by himself?
Come ha fatto a orchestrare tutto questo da solo? Ma il problema è proprio questo, cioè non si è capito se lui è ovviamente Rerir da solo o c'ha qualcuno dietro a parargli il culetto.
The Moon Maiden and the Raker of Solnari. Nodcry of all places. The way everything is unfolding, it can't be a coincidence.
La fanciulla lunare e il Rerir a Nordkrai tra l'altro, con quello che sta succedendo non può trattarsi di una coincidenza.
So, what do we do now? Got any ideas?
Right now, we've got at least 3 things to consider. Let's go through them one by one. First, we need to figure out how to take down Rerir. If we can't beat him in a straight-up fight, the rest won't even matter.
Prima di tutto dobbiamo capire come sconfiggere Harry, che non sarà semplicissimo, 100-100. Tu dici che...
To my knowledge, the bulk of Nodcry's fighting force is already gathered
Perché
here.
penso che ancora è lunga,
But
si
even with
appena arrivo
everyone
forse
united,
l'1% di questa
we're
parte
still
dietro.
no match for Rarer in his current state, let
No,
alone
dai,
with
ho
his power
capitolo
still
3.
growing.
Quando è morta la corrente si sono chiesti fatta la live. Non lo so. Allora, a me risulta che la maggior parte delle forze di Nord si sia già riunita qui, ma anche così non saremo all'altezza di reggere nel suo stato attuale. Figuriamoci se la sua potenza continua a crescere. Questo è vero, perché eravamo nell'iPhone 10. Ah, è vero, abbiamo affrontato col mio, con Flins, con l'Auman ci abbiamo fatto una ceppa. Colombina peggio che peggio, Yoanda neanche ci ha fatto niente, ed eravamo in 5. Poi sono arrivati Aino, in Effa non ce ne siamo riusciti lo stesso, Varka è arrivata all'ultimo che non ha fatto un cavolo, sì, non ce la faremo.
What if there was a way to tap into a new power of our own?
E se ci fosse un nuovo modo per trovare un nuovo potere, che
How
potere?
so?
Appunto, che
Have you
senso?
thought of something, Columbina?
3 moons once watched over this world. The eternal moon was the largest. The frost moon was the brightest. And the iridescent moon was the most mysterious.
Un tempo il mondo era sorvegliato da 3 lune, la luna eterna, la luna più grande, la luna gelata, la più luminosa, e la luna iridescente, la più misteriosa. Ok, fin qua ci siamo.
They say that back then, the 3 moon goddesses wielded immense power, enough to shape the workings of the world itself.
Si dice che a quei tempi le 3 dee della luna possedevano un immenso potere, abbastanza da influire sul funzionamento del mondo.
I now bear the frost moon's power, and the eternal moon's marrow resides within the traveler.
Ora possiede il potere della luna gelata e il midollo della luna che è dentro di me.
Hold on. Are you suggesting...
Manca l'ultima luna.
The iridescent moon, the last piece in the puzzle.
E chi ce l'ha l'ultimo pezzo di questa luna? Dove si trova? Dici dove si trova.
That's right. If we can find the iridescent moon's marrow, I will be able to regain my strength much more quickly.
Ah, quindi dobbiamo andare a cercare noi.
The 3 moons are said to stir the tides and illuminate all things. Perhaps they hold further secrets beyond our understanding.
According to my analysis, this solution is feasible. However, it is subject to one major condition. How do we locate
Appunto,
the
come
iridescent moon's
facciamo
marrow?
a trovarlo?
I know a way, but we will need to visit the Fatui's experimental design
Dobbiamo andare dai
bureau.
fetusi.
The Experimental Design Bureau? Are you saying we need to involve Marionette?
Mi sa di sì.
I must speak with Sandrone.
Dobbiamo parlare con la
It's a long
marionetta.
way from here to the Experimental Design Bureau. There's a high chance you'll be spotted. You shouldn't go alone.
Andrò io con lei.
Then that's
Ovviamente.
settled. Next up, our second priority. Somehow, we need to figure out Rarier's end goal. As you saw for yourselves, when he was still in his wild hunt form, everything he did was for the sake of recovering his body and resurrecting himself. His first act since then, after laying low for a while, was to try and assassinate this young lady. People's obsessions often reveal their greatest vulnerabilities. There must be a reason why he despises the moon so deeply. Perhaps it sheds some light on his title, the Raker of Solnari.
Le ossessioni rivelano spesso le debolezze più forti. Ci sarà sicuramente un motivo per cui disprezza così tanto la luna. E così potrebbe anche rivelare qualcosa sul suo titolo da Vindice di
The
Solnari.
Wild Hunt has plagued Nodcry for centuries now. If we want to stop it for good, we have to get to the root cause of what's driving it.
It's true. We still know very little about him.
Non sappiamo quasi niente in realtà.
If Kuthar hadn't given us that lead, we wouldn't even know his name.
But where would we even start? I doubt even the Intel Queen of Nokrai has a clue, and she has info coming out of her ears.
Oh? That's a rather hasty conclusion for someone who's so painstakingly meticulous when it comes to dealing with machines.
Nefer sa qualcosa? Secondo me sì. Ma stai parlando caso, no? Chiedesi Nefer sapeva qualcosa. 100 qualcosa la sa.
She heard me.
Boss! What are you doing here?
I'm now asking myself the same question. I received a letter from a humble knight of Favonius, requesting a meeting to discuss a major business deal. But it looks like this humble knight had something else in mind.
Details, details. Miss Nefer, the important thing is that you've arrived at the perfect time. Since his failed ambush, I've been racking my brains trying to come up with a plan to fight Rerir. Given the severity of the situation, I think it's fair to say that our only chance lies in uniting as one. And I'm talking all the factions in Nokrai. We can't do this without the Curatorium, but I knew it'd be a tough job to win you over. So, I took the liberty of reaching out for a little chat.
Wait a sec. How did you even hear about this place, Nefer? Didn't you say this is meant to be the Knights of Favonius' meeting spot? And a contact hub for the Northern Intelligence Network? And isn't it supposed to be super hidden?
You really think he could have gotten settled in Nodcry without my help? Besides, I'm the one running this gig. Of course I know where the meeting place is.
Pensi davvero che sia riuscito a farsi una vita a Nordcry senza il mio aiuto e poi sono io a gestire l'intera struttura, è ovvio che sappia dove si trova il punto d'incontro. Vuol dire che...
Allow me to introduce the current head of the Northern Intelligence Network. If it's intel you're after, she's your woman. Pretty much seen and heard it all.
Cioè, proprio lei è la direttrice ufficiale di questo posto.
Please spare me the flattery. Let's cut to the chase. Seems like you've run into some trouble, huh? Well, this certainly qualifies as an unforeseen crisis. On behalf of the Curatorium of Secrets, I wish you all the best of luck.
So you're just going to sit this one out?
Why should I get involved? What could possibly be in it for me?
What if we told you we can't do this without you?
Oh? Then I'd say you'd better make it worth my while. I don't work for free.
I can't put a price on something like this. It's just not in my nature. But then again, you and I have always been polar opposites in this regard. So I can't exactly say I didn't see this coming. If you insist on compensation, I will pay you. Consider this a formal commission. Sound fair?
You just don't give up, do you? Too bad. I know you well enough to know you can't afford my prices. The riskier the job, the more it'll cost. And a Moonchanter's stipend isn't exactly generous. Unless you're planning to start passing the donation box around among the faithful?
Boss, just a thought. If they come up short, maybe you can take the difference out of my next few paychecks. Things got really dangerous during the fight with Rerir. If this girl hadn't saved me, I'd be ley line fodder by now. I'd be gone for good, boss. If there's any way we can make this work, I'd really like to help her. Please? I'm begging you.
This is why I'm always telling you never accept favors. They are the hardest debts to repay. You have to be careful who you get involved with, or you invite all kinds of misfortune. Very well, Yehoda, I will help. But just this once. Don't count on this happening again. Flint's, that fragment that Rerir was after, do you still have it on you?
Of course.
Let me borrow it. I need it to follow up on some leads.
Wait, you actually have some leads?
This is top secret information.
I get it. We all have things we'd rather keep to ourselves. Plus, I know we can count on you, so we'll leave the intel gathering in your hands. And that brings me to the third and final item. We need to find a way to distract him. We need time to make our move,
ci
so
deve
someone
essere
will have to
qualcuno che lo
stall
tenga
him.
distratto per
I'm in for this
sviluppo.
part, no matter what. Anyone coming with?
Count me in too.
Come off it, you two. Quit playing heroes. I'm way ahead of you here. Ineffa did a scan of the Moon Goddess's Kuvaki signature, and we're gonna use it to make some decoys over at the Kramkake craft shop. Anyone who's in, follow me. Once they're ready, we'll deploy the decoys across Nagcry. So as long as the rest of you keep moving, he won't catch on to your scent and won't be able to track you down.
I like it. Genius idea.
No biggie.
All right then. We'll split into 3 teams.
Sì.
Once your team has finished their mission, return here and wait for the others. Dismissed!
3 gruppi saremo. Il gruppo che si farà ammazzare, il gruppo che cercherà, il gruppo che non cercherà. Perfetto. Noi andiamo con Colombino. Esatto, Istituto Progettazione Sperimentale del Kuvaki. Noi siamo con Colombina al centro dei fetusi.
Lady Damselat. Wait, and you two? What are you doing at the Kuvaki Experimental Design Bureau? We've been doing our best to mind our own business lately. But if you're just gonna waltz up here like this, you're seriously pressing your luck. Don't blame us for doing what we have to.
You really think that's gonna scare us off?
We're not looking for any trouble. I just want to see Sandrone.
Do I need to remind you that you're still a wanted fugitive for deserting us? Out of consideration for our former ties and the crisis we're all up against, we'll let you leave in one piece. But don't even think about trying to get inside.
Let them in.
But...
Ha detto di lasciarci entrare. No.
No, my lady.
Sandrone seems to be in a good mood. Must be maintenance day.
È tutto video, non mi fanno controllare neanche che punto sono della missione. Cioè.
So tell me, to what do I owe the honor this time? Actually, before you answer that, just so we're clear, we're not colleagues anymore, Colombina. I don't owe you anything.
I promise it's nothing big.
It seems like you've gotten the wrong idea here. The only reason I let you in was because I was bored. It seemed like a way to kill some time and satisfy my own curiosity. Whatever miscalculations I may or may not have made in the past, I haven't lost the plot enough to even consider sticking my neck out for your sakes.
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino.
What?
Aspettate un attimo. Ok, sì.
Huh? You mean the knave?
La Fantesca.
I'd like to speak with Arlecchino.
Vuole parlare
Is
con
she in
Arlecchino.
Nodcry?
No, she's not. Once the work on this facility was completed, she went back with the Rooster and Regrator. The only ones in Nodcry are me and... what is it you need to speak to her about anyway?
Di cose
Rerir is
importanti.
hunting me. If I'm going to face him, I must first retrieve the lost moon.
Rerir mi sta dando la caccia, quindi se voglio affrontarlo devo recuperare la mia luna perduta. Deve sapere più di quanto voglia dirci. Esatto, esatto. Non capisco cosa c'entra l'Arlecchino col midollo della luna iridescente, ma a questo punto non ho altra scelta che seguire il piano di Colombina.
Is that a no, then?
La risposta è no? È il nostro nemico comune.
As if I need reminding. I was this close to settling things with him before someone decided to whisk me away to their weird little garden.
Have you held any tea parties lately?
Tea parties? Yeah, obviously. You don't seriously think we'd pack it all in just because you aren't here. If anything, they've been more eventful than ever. Just me, Arlecchino, and a bunch of insolent, insensitive guests who won't stop asking where you've gone. Oh, they've been a real joy.
Anzi, direi che i nostri ricevimenti non sono mai stati così vivaci. Io, Arlecchino e un mucchio di ospiti maleducati, insensibili che non smettono di chiedere dove tu sia finita. Oh, che gioia!
I bet you served them the worst tea you have. Just like you used to do to me when I upset you.
Who cares about how good the tea is when there's no one around to drink it? I keep losing people. First Rosaline, now you. I'm running out of people who can make me laugh. Honestly, what could be more ridiculous than the multi-centenarian goddess, who's only ever had the plain herbal tea she received as offerings?
Prima Rosalind, ora tu. Sto esaurendo le persone che mi fanno ridere. Vabbè.
You'd always brew a different type of tea for me each time. Was it really just to see how I'd react?
Well, duh. Why else? Watching you squirm was practically my only form of entertainment.
Forse stavo cercando di far scoprire al Colombina nuovi sapori. Magari tutta questa freddezza è solo una messa in scena, non è che in realtà vanno d'accordo.
Yeah. And Capitano sometimes used to bring Tartaglia around too. But I guess we won't be seeing him again.
Adesso non vedremo più Tartaglia.
Well, I guess we are overdue for a get-together. Polonia! Have Febronia pass a message to Arlecchino for me. It's time for tea. Will suffice.
Pass along a message for me, too, if you would. My body cannot contain the marrow of 2 moons, so I'll be leaving one of them in her care.
Manda un messaggio anche da parte mia. Il mio corpo non può contenere il midollo di 2 lune, quindi uno di essi rimarrà nelle sue mani.
Excuse me? Who said you were on the guest list? If my tea meant that much to you, maybe quitting the Fatui wasn't your brightest move. Back when you were under the Tsaritsa's protection, no one would have dared come at you so openly.
But that protection didn't come for free. In fact, I paid dearly for it. At the end of the day, it was just another transaction.
Ma non ho ricevuto quella protezione per niente, anzi, ho pagato caro per averla. In fin dei conti non è stato altro che l'ennesimo scambio.
I just got tired, that's all. I never wanted any part in their grand ambitions, and I've had enough of being treated like a bottomless supply of power.
Mi ero stancata tutto qui, non ho mai voluto essere coinvolta nei loro piani ambiziosi. Non volevo essere trattata come una fonte di energia illimitata.
It brings back memories from the old days, when I was still worshipped as the moon goddess. Centuries on, it may be a different group of people, but I see the same greed in their eyes.
I figured you'd leave eventually. You didn't have as much of a reason to stay as I do. The Tsaritsa gave you shelter and protection, but that was it. Nothing more, nothing less. Meanwhile, the Fatui demanded everything from you in return, until it was more than you could bear. I get why you left. And frankly, I have no interest in dragging you back just because the higher-ups told me to. But if you keep hanging around with this riffraff, the next time we cross paths, we might be enemies for real.
Oh, che c'entro io? Dice così, ma è stata lei ad accettare di aiutare Colombino.
Guess that's our cue to leave.
That might be your plan. But it sounds like someone else wants you to stay a little longer.
Huh? What do you mean?
Appunto, che vuoi dire?
Listen.
My lady, it's the Wild Hunt. A horde of
Arrivo subito,
monsters is headed
ragazzi.
straight for the facility.
Milady, la caccia selvaggia. Un'orda di mostri si sta dirigendo verso la struttura. Perfetto.
Another uninvited guest trying to crash my tea party. Clear the area. I'll handle this.
Wait, what? You want us to leave you here by yourself?
Huh. You'll be lucky to make it out of this alive. You really think you can afford to worry about me? Go on, get out of here. You may have stopped Polonia from crushing him last time, but I've made sure that won't happen again. The entire Experimental Design Bureau is rigged for war.
Scusatemi, raga.
Stay and watch if you want, but it'll be at your own risk. You're not flagged as friendlies in a weapon system.
Rimanete pure a guardare se ci tenete, ma è troppo a vostro rischio e pericolo. Il sistema di armi non vi riconoscerà come alleate. Fai attenzione, ok?
Don't tell me what to do! Look, if you're leaving, make it quick. Or you'll just get in my way. There's a secret passage on the second floor. It'll take you right to the plains out back.
Perfetto.
Stare all you want, Columbina. You're not getting another invitation to my tea party.
I know. But thank you anyway, Sandrone.
This is exactly why you shouldn't hang around with those people. All their melodrama and sentimental nonsense is rubbing off on you.
Oh, vediamo qua.
Come on then, Mr. Ray here. Let's pick up where we left off. It's your Wild Hunt monstrosities versus my beautiful creations. Let's see who comes out on top.
Okay. Se sto facendo tutto perfetto.
That's it! Keep them pinned down! Don't let them get near!
Un cecchino, raga. Ci stia prendendo lì. Ci sono queste cose. Eccolo. E lui è passato. Ragazzi, è passato. È colpa mia. Lui passa e noi no. È perché sono troppi.
Polonia, get him!
Prendilo, culo.
Polonia again since our last encounter, and uploaded every last scrap of your data. So let's finish this once and for
She's not here. Where did she go?
Ciao, Samu. Dove è andata?
Hey! Over here, you big...
Cursed moon.
Ce l'aveva con la lunetta nostra.
Keep searching. She cannot have gotten far.
Ok, mo quindi noi andiamo al Consiglio dei Segreti con Nefer, Lauma e Yoanda. Perfetto, è un giro adesso. Perfetto.
So this is your method for investigating Rarir's past. It almost looks like some kind of ceremony.
Good deduction. But it's
Comunque, se non
quite
mi
a
sentite, ciao
different
Samu.
affair from what you're used to with the Frost Moon Scions.
Whoa! First time I've ever been in here. Boss always said it was off limits, so I pictured some kind of creepy dungeon. But it's actually kinda nice. Oh, I guess this must be Sumero decor? That's where Boss is from. And that nice shopkeeper who sold me my treasure compass.
I'm not sure exactly what you've got planned, but it looks like you're all set. When do we begin?
Whenever we wish. But for some reason, I've got a feeling this isn't going to end well.
Lo penso
I've
anch'io
never
che non finirà
faced Rere
bene.
myself,
Hai?
but from what
Cosa?
you've told
Sì.
me, his power is beyond
Ok.
anything I could imagine. I, on the other hand, am just an ordinary businesswoman. Our paths should never have crossed, yet here I am, forced to make an enemy of him.
If you ask me, you're about as far from ordinary as it gets. So what are you saying? You're getting cold feet?
Once I take a job, there's no backing out. Still, I have to ask myself if the power I'm relying on will even work on an opponent of this caliber. And also how to make sure I come out of this alive if things spiral out of control. Death is the one thing we can take for granted. It is the great equalizer, however fortunate or unfortunate we may otherwise be. So it's important to consider how to spend what lifespan we have left.
Come on, boss. Lighten up. Quit talking about death. It's
Nice.
bad luck.
For once, I agree with you. When you're up against a foe like Rarir, there's no such thing as being too prepared. Is there anything I can do to help?
That won't be necessary. I've already made up my mind. Time to cash in a precious favor I've been saving for a rainy day. Yehoda, I need you to find someone for me. The sooner the better.
Dobbiamo trovare qualcuno per lei, va
Find
bene.
who?
Di chi
That
parli?
shady merchant who sold you an overpriced treasure compass the other day.
Come on, boss. You're pulling my leg again. In what way is she shady? She showed up when I was completely lost and sold me a neat little gadget that was exactly what I needed. Trust me, she's a good person.
Non credo, però.
Anyway, I know who you're talking about. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
Come stai, Samu? Qualche minuto dopo.
I genuinely
You?
Ma lei,
What is it? What's the big rush?
Ah, Tori.
You dragged me out of a dream where I was literally swimming in Mora. I'm charging double my usual attendance fee. See, look how easygoing she is. After that rude awakening, she could have completely snapped at us. But instead, she kept it together and just asked for an extra fee.
Dori Sangama Bay? I never would have pictured you two doing business together.
If you want to make it big and not cry, it's all about connections. Lady Nefer just so happens to have a lot of intel that interests me. And she also did me a big favor in the past. It was back when I first arrived in Notcry. My trusty assistant, the genie in my lamp, had an adverse reaction to the Kuvaki and fainted. And when you know it, that's when I suddenly find myself in a life-or-death situation. Good thing my compatriot was there to swoop in and save the day. I've been giving her a 30% discount off all of my goods ever since. Now, so that no one here feels left out, I'm willing to extend a 20% discount to fellow friends of Boss Nefer. Plus, any other friends you send my way will enjoy 10% off. What can I say? The great Lord Sangama Bay is nothing if not generous. So, let me guess. You've run into some trouble. I've got everything you could possibly need, and the more you buy, the more you'll save.
You guessed correctly. What have you got in the way of survival gear?
The one type of gear I've never been short on. What are you looking for? A jetpack fresh from the Academia's labs? An ancient suit of armor dredged up from the bottom of the sea? At the very least, I need to know what kind of opponent you're dealing with here. If even you're worried about staying alive, it must be pretty serious.
Molto serio, molto serio.
What if I told you it's someone with the power to bring a nation to its knees?
Is that so? Then we really are talking top-shelf treasures. I don't have anything like that in stock right now. I'll have to ask my supplier.
Your supplier?
A powerful woman, make no mistake. I can't reveal her identity, but luckily for you, I hear she's planning to visit Notcry in the near future.
Una donna forte, poco ma sicura. Non posso rivelare la sua identità, ma fortunatamente per te ho sentito dire che ha intenzione di visitare Nordcry nel prossimo
If you're
futuro.
willing to wait, I can ask her when she's here. Can't say exactly how long that'll be, though.
Then, let me put it another way. What would you do if you encountered an enemy like that? Roll over and serve yourself up on a silver platter?
Of course not. I have a handy little trinket from one of my generous suppliers, which... Hold on. What exactly are you getting at? No, no! This is for my personal use only!
Let's just say I'm borrowing it, all right? Just for insurance purposes. You'll get it back later. Favors are the worst kind of debt to owe, and now you've got a chance to repay one. A win-win situation, don't you think?
Fine. You can borrow it for 5 days. No, make that 3. And for every extra hour after that, I'm charging you 1,000,000 mora. Deal?
Deal.
Affare fatto. Non so cosa ci servirà, ma la prendiamo. In questa inquadratura
What a
di
way to start the
tette,
day.
ovviamente.
Now, was there anything else you wanted? Or can I go back to bed now?
That will be all. Take care now. Don't trip up on your way back, friend.
See you later! You're my favorite shopkeeper.
Perfetto. Adesso cominciamo? Oppure ci fermiamo un attimo? Non dimmi voi.
Excellent. Everything is well and truly ready.
La
The
cerimonia
ceremony
può
can now begin.
cominciare. Ok.
After initiating the ceremony, your minds will follow me wherever I go. You will see many strange things in your mind's eye. So remember, don't be frightened, and don't make a sound.
Perfetto. Dopo aver stabilito le regole del persino che gli ha deciso di unirsi a
Now
cosa,
then,
vabbè, io non ho letto
let
tutto.
us peer into the Raker of Solnari's past.
Ok.
I made it. I don't recognize this style of architecture. Must be Conrian. Simple furnishings, table and chairs. It's a more ordinary house than I might have expected. Looks like the fearsome Raker of Solnari came from surprisingly humble beginnings.
Sembrerebbe così.
Unless this passed for luxury in Conria. Unlikely. It was said to be a very prosperous nation in its heyday. Anyway, I'll keep exploring.
Ok, esaminiamo quel che c'è da esaminare. Accanto all'armadietto ci sono delle scatole di stoccaggio, tutto ciò che si vede è ben ordinato. Hai notato? Hai visto, hai visto. Chi vive qui sembra condurre una vita agiata. Una nota. Scritta pure a
Hi,
mano,
Reverie.
ovviamente.
Since you're working extra hours tonight, I thought I'd keep myself busy by checking out that new kebab shop. I've heard good things about their menu.
Sì, questa sta dicendo che sta andando... Cioè, visto che deve fare gli straordinari, è andato a prendere dei kebab.
I'll test it out, and if it's as good as everyone's saying, let's go back together sometime.
Quindi se li prova, se sono buoni, ci andremo insieme.
Yes, new stash from the Universitas Magistrorum. I brought some goodies home. A few teacups and a pin rack. Hope you like them.
They didn't sign their name. But they must have been close. Sounds like they were living together.
Ora dobbiamo leggere il diario di Rerir.
I went over to Joseph's for drinks today. They have a fine collection, but I went alone. Felindis was tied up with something and couldn't make it.
Oggi ho bevuto da Joseph. Ha una collezione eccezionale, ma sono andato da solo perché Tolindis aveva qualcosa da fare, perdono.
Joseph asked why I came alone, but I didn't really have an answer. He then went on to ask about other things. If you ask me, someone who asks that many personal questions is too nosy for their own good.
Joseph mi ha chiesto perché sono venuto da solo, ma non sapevo come rispondere. Poi ha iniziato a chiedermi altre cose. Secondo me, chi fa così tante domande personali è troppo invadente.
But if he invites me again, chances are I'd still go.
Ma probabilmente, se mi invitasse di nuovo, andrei lo stesso.
Felindis. That's the same name Rerir mentioned.
Esatto, il nome che ha menzionato quando c'era poco luce, diceva Tolindis.
Grain imports keep falling. If things don't pick up, we'll soon be back to meat and mushrooms only.
Allora, qua parla del fatto che i cereali stanno diminuendo, quindi lui non sta migliorando la situazione, presto torneranno a mangiare solo carne e funghi.
Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of that new type of mushroom everyone's been into lately. Didn't it start out as a lab-grown variety? I heard it's even mildly corrosive. Seriously, why would you even eat something like that?
Qua parlano del fungo, che hanno iniziato a mangiare un nuovo fungo e questo fungo era stato coltivato in un laboratorio. Quindi dicono che è corrosivo e non so perché la donna continua a
I
mangiarlo.
don't care if it's an impressive feat of alchemy. That just isn't the kind of thing I like to eat.
Grain has to be imported, and they're eating a diet of mostly meat and mushrooms. Could it be because Conria is underground, so it doesn't get much sunlight? That would explain why they use so much stone in their buildings. They even use alchemically modified strains for food. Seems like the people of Conria don't have many options when it comes to dining.
Allora, qua ti spiega il fatto che comunque loro usano pure anche cibo modificato alchemicamente, quindi lei pensa che loro vivendo sottoterra non hanno né luce né niente, quindi devono anche mangiarsi sto cibo che non è buono.
I've just about saved up enough now. Time to buy it and keep it somewhere safe.
Ora che ho risparmiato abbastanza, posso finalmente comprarlo e tenerlo al
Making a
sicuro.
big purchase. I wonder what it is.
Non so. Ma smetti di nascondere. Tu. Sì, sì.
He really is a professional. No wonder he's so good at covering his tracks. Despite what he's become, it seems like he's retained certain habits, at least in this regard.
Finalmente. Basta, ci ha messo, basta. C'è idiota adesso. La pagina precedente è stata strappata, al momento i suoi contenuti restano un
Did Rary rip
mistero.
it out himself?
Che l'abbia strappato lui stesso? Penso di sì.
Before I met you, I was convinced that my heart was nothing more than a stagnant pool.
Prima di incontrarti ero convinto che il mio cuore non fosse altro che uno stagnante
The
specchio
burial
d'acqua.
place of a fallen moon. A withered, windless grove where the waters rested forever unrippled.
Un luogo di sepoltura di una luna caduta, un bosco avvizzito, privo di vento, dove le acque riposano in eterno senza mai incresparsi.
It was you who helped me see that my heart hadn't entirely withered away. That it could still beat to the rhythm of love.
Sì, porgeaci, Nulien. Sì, stai cercando di dirgli almeno a metà da prima partita che su dicevo. Ma solo dialogo, solo facendo fino a mo'. Sei tu che mi hai aiutato a capire che il mio cuore non era ancora del tutto appassito, ma no, non so leggere. Che poteva ancora battere al ritmo dell'amore.
This is just trivial sentimentality from the looks of it. Why would he go to the trouble of hiding that? The burial place of a fallen moon.
Ok. Osserva i ricordi di Rerir. Vamonos.
Rerir, over here.
Dane! Oh, and...
Era bello pure lui, però.
What a surprise to see you here, sir.
Un buon azzo pure
Hello
di.
there, Rerir. You need not address me so formally outside of court.
Sono al
He
primo
doesn't get that
ricordo
much
lo
free
suo.
time,
Siamo già
so I invited him over
prima.
for a drink. Even the court prophet deserves a break every now and then, right?
Well, I'm flattered.
Questi uomini sono tutti fighi.
What are we discussing today?
Non li spogliano mai, però.
Hey,
Le
don't look
spoglie,
at me.
le donne con le tette
As far
del
as I
tipo di
see it,
fuori.
we don't need an
gli uomini
excuse to
no.
have a few drinks.
Come on,
Ingiustizia
don't
della
give
vita.
us that. Didn't you say you were about to pop the big question? How's that coming along?
Who'd have thought the great Twilight Sword was an even greater gossip?
I just didn't expect you to be the first one to settle down and get married, that's all.
Yeah. If you told me that a few years ago, I wouldn't have believed you
Quindi si
either.
era sposato.
So, are you planning to come clean about your job then? I'm
Chissà
guessing you
parlare
still
col
haven't told her.
fantasmagino.
Sure, I'll have to tell her at some point. But I'll need to pick the right time and place. To be honest, I have no idea how she'll take it.
Come on, stop being such a pessimist. For all you know, she could be thrilled. I bet she'll be much more impressed by your actual job than the one she thinks you're doing now. A member of the King's Guard. Quite the cover story. Does the king himself even know?
Un membro della Guardia Reale. Che copertura. Credi che il re ne sia al
Of course he
corrente?
does. Anyway, enough about me. How have you been?
Che vuol dire?
Me? Same old, nothing much to... Huh? What's up, Fed?
It's nothing.
Quindi non si chiama Rerir, ma Vedr von Lernir, che nome sono? Più bello Rerir. Ora un altro.
Dainsleif's elder brother.
Ah.
Renowned throughout the court of Conria as the Visionary, and said to possess a wisdom far beyond the reach of any ordinary man.
Ok.
And yet, despite the gulf between us, he seems to have something to say about me. Does he even know me? Does he see me as a friend of his brother, or just another of the Vinster King's blades? Why did he react so strongly? Was it really to do with what we were talking about?
Non lo so.
Brown, curly hair and brooding blue eyes. So this is what Rerir looked like back in the day. Perfectly normal. No different from anyone else. As frightening as this monster is in the present, there's something even more unsettling about seeing the human he used to be.
Lo so, è sconcertante. Quindi, continua a osservare i ricordi di Rerir. Vamonos. Osserva lo specchio.
Felindis? You're back early?
Our equipment's being serviced today, so I got off earlier than usual. How's your
È
day
carino
been?
questo.
Aw, why the long face? Is something the matter? Has your boss been giving you a hard time again?
Went for a drink with Dane and the others after work.
Isn't that a good thing?
Vedafnir showed up today, too. You know, Dainsleif's older brother.
Ah, Mr. Vedafnir. Yes, I've heard of him. They say that everything he says ends up coming true.
He overheard Dainsleif mention that I'd recently proposed, and seemed to have an issue with it. But when I asked what it was, he kept it to himself.
So, you're worried? You can be such a child sometimes, Revier. We're nobodies. Why would the Visionary be concerned about us? I'm sure someone in his position has much bigger fish to fry.
Maybe you're right.
You worry too much, Revier. We've been together for ages now, and everything's been going so well, has it not? You've even proposed to me.
So, you do remember. Tell me then. What's your answer?
Like I said, I need some time to decide. You can't just rush into things like this. We may be nobodies in the grand scheme of things, but if we want things to work out, we've still got to plan ahead.
Quindi non gli ha dato una risposta, né sì né no.
Take your time. Just don't keep me waiting forever. Nobodies. Sounds about right. In the eyes of people like Vedafnir and Dainsleif, what do we matter? Can someone whose gaze is so fixed on a far-flung future even see the present clearly? Besides, the dynasty's fate rests with the king and his inner circle. Whatever I do, it won't make much difference.
Una persona con lo sguardo fisso sul futuro lontano riuscirà a vedere chiaramente il presente. Inoltre, il destino della dinastia è nelle mani del re e della sua cerchia ristretta. Qualunque cosa io faccia non cambierà granché.
Meanwhile, every idea they come up with and every decision they make, it affects everything. These days, the king is lost in his research, and the purge of the Crimson Moon bloodline grows ever more intense.
Nel frattempo ogni idea che hanno e ogni decisione che prendono influiscono su tutto. In questi giorni il re è perso nelle sue ricerche e la repressione della stirpe della luna Crimisi diventa sempre più
The
pesante.
opposition tried to speak out, but nothing came of it. And I'm under no illusions as to why. Because we eliminated them and got rid of their bodies.
L'opposizione ha provato a parlare ma non è servita a niente perché non c'è neanche da stupirsi poiché li abbiamo eliminati.
A man can have 1,000 reasons to carry a sword, but there are few good excuses to use it. Yet the king has never even considered a gentler approach, and he never will.
Un uomo può avere 1000 motivi per portare una spada, ma poche buone ragioni per usarla. Eppure il re non ha mai considerato l'approccio più delicato e non lo farà mai.
What becomes of someone who kills on another's behalf? Can he ever find true peace?
Che ne sarà di una persona che uccide per conto di qualcun altro? Potrà mai trovare una pace interiore?
Thalendis?
Dica.
It's nothing. You were right. Fate has never smiled upon nobodies like us. But by the same token, it's unlikely to bear a grudge against us either. There's no reason we can't keep living happily together, cherishing the simple joys of each day as they come.
Non c'è un motivo per cui non possiamo continuare a vivere felici insieme apprezzando le piccole gioie della vita giorno dopo giorno.
You just need to stay positive, Revere. I can feel your warmth, your breath. You're right there, right by my side. Just seeing you makes me happy in a way I can't explain. And that's something that no one could ever take away from me. So smile, my love. Let go of that frown.
You're right, Thalendis. I've just been overthinking things.
That's better. Getting caught up about things like this will only ruin our evening. Speaking of which, all set for the ball tonight? I need to go get ready.
You go ahead. I just have a few things to take care of, then I'll come join you.
Even busier than the big shots, huh? Fine, I'll go get started. But don't be late. If you keep me waiting too long, I won't be a happy bunny.
Relax. I'll be there. Seriously, though, you drive a hard bargain. You're really gonna leave my proposal hanging and still expect me to take you to the ball?
Well, that goes without saying. I already told everyone I'd be coming with a dance partner. Besides, they're two completely different things. Let's take it one thing at a time, all right?
All right. White outfit it is.
It seems like Rarier was deliberately hiding his ties to the intelligence services by giving the impression that he was just an ordinary member of the Venster King's Guard.
Sembra che Rerir abbia volutamente nascosto il suo legame con i servizi segreti, dando l'impressione di essere solo un membro ordinario della guardia del re Winster.
He clearly doesn't want his would-be fiancé to know about his other life. Then again, that's hardly surprising. People in the intelligence trade rarely do.
Sì. C'è da stupirsi che lo tiene nascosto anche dalla sua ragazza, sì.
Who'd have thought we were in the same line of work? Let's dig a little deeper.
Indaghiamo ancora un po'. Quindi noi stiamo facendo le veci sue. Esci dalla capanna. Perfetto, vediamo che
Our
succede.
last operation was a resounding success, and all thanks to you, Rayhir of Solnari. In total, we apprehended 32 dregs of the Crimson Moon, and 67 accomplices.
After all these years since the dynasty's fall, so many of them still linger on.
Indeed, it cannot be denied. Yet it was destiny that the Crimson Moon should be overcome by the eclipse, and that His Majesty, the all-seeing Vinster King, now guides our nation on the path to prosperity. Conria has no further need for a dead moon. But alas, there will always be those who refuse to see the truth, choosing instead to romanticize the past.
That's not entirely true. Much about the Crimson Moon era was worthy of remembrance. And that's exactly why they keep trying to see it restored. Many of its secrets remain unsolved to this day. As it happens, that's precisely the field of study my partner is devoted to.
You still haven't told her what you really do for a living.
Where would I even start? How do you tell someone that you're one of the king's hand-picked executioners? That your hands are steeped in blood?
You didn't choose this life, any more than I did. Orphans like us don't get a say.
But I'll sure as heck be the one to pay for it. Speaking of which, we need to be more rigorous in the way we identify direct descendants of the Crimson Moon. Someone, it seems, has strong opinions about my future plans. Most likely my marriage in particular. I have a feeling that we may soon become targets of the Crimson Moon's retribution.
Your concerns are not unfounded. They've taken out many of our colleagues these past few years, and for that very reason. These are no helpless lambs we're leading to the slaughter. They're wolves in sheep's clothing. Take care, Rahier of Solnari. I look forward to toasting you at your wedding.
Thanks, Thorkel. You look after yourself, too. Thelindis, I never wanted to keep this from you. You're the last person I would ever want to lie to. But that's exactly why I can't tell you everything. There are things you shouldn't know. Things you cannot know. The moonlit dynasties are a thing of the past. Yet even now, with the sun shining high in the sky, there are those who would call forth a dead moon's ghost.
Le dinastie illuminate dal chiaro di luna sono un ricordo del passato, eppure anche ora, quando il sole è alto nel cielo, ci sono coloro che evocano il fantasma della luna morta.
Could that be why Vedalfnir held back? Or was it because of some court secret he's not at liberty to share?
Potrebbe essere questo il motivo per cui quel tizio si è trattenuto? Oppure c'è qualche segreto di corte che non ho autorizzazione ad
I have to get a
rivelare?
clear answer from him. No matter what happens, I will protect Thelindis.
Devo trovare delle risposte. Qualunque cosa accada deve proteggere la sua Thelindis.
Rarir seems to be very concerned by Vedalfnir's reaction. Vedalfnir and Dainsleif, the Visionary and Twilight Sword. So that's what they were really like. I've investigated this whole area now. There doesn't seem to be any other memories here. Should I try somewhere else? Wait a second. What's this black smoke?
Non lo so. Ma che cavolo ha fatto Monefer?
So he's late after all. Just you wait, Rarir. You're in for it. Big time.
Are you waiting for someone, ma'am? Could I tempt you into buying some flowers?
Oh, sure. Pick me out a pretty bunch if you would.
Thank you. But I'm afraid none of them are as pretty as you.
For someone so young, you sure have a way with words, don't you?
Qua qualcosa non quadra.
I'm only telling the truth. Look me in the eyes. You'll see I'm not lying.
You're...
May we have a word in private?
Who are you? And what do you want?
It doesn't matter who I am. Too many of our kind have fallen lately, so I decided to take the risk of reaching out.
Chissà non è importante, di recente troppi della nostra stirpe sono caduti, per questo ho deciso di correre il rischio di
Not long ago,
contattarti.
the Rahier of Solnari led an assault on one of our strongholds.
We suffered many casualties, and many who came to our aid lost their lives as well.
Non molto tempo fa, l'Indice ha lanciato un assalto a una delle nostre roccaforti. Abbiamo subito molte perdite e anche tra coloro che c'erano venuti in soccorso ci sono stati molti morti.
Sorry, I don't know why you're telling me this. And I don't want to get involved.
C'ha ragione lei, cioè non gli interessa quello che gli stai dicendo e in più non vuole essere coinvolta perché non è compito tuo.
Wait, hear me out. This time we finally got a clear look at his face and learned his true identity.
Siamo riusciti finalmente a vedere il suo volto e a scoprire la sua
His
vera
name is
identità.
Rarier, and he claims to be one of the king's guards.
Si chiama Rarier e sostiene di essere uno delle guardie del re.
What did you say?
A cruel irony, isn't it? The man you're set to marry leads a double life as a brutal executioner. But surely, you must have caught a whiff of the blood on his hands.
Why are you telling me all of this now?
Appunto.
Simple. It's because...
How strange. Rarier was nowhere to be seen in that memory. It clearly belonged to the Lindis. Rarier couldn't possibly know what happened if he wasn't even there. Why would her memories appear in his fragment? The ceremony won't last much longer. I think it's time to call it a day.
No, volevo vedere ancora. Ero curiosa adesso.
So that was your doing? Did you just pull us inside Rarier's fragment to spy directly on his memories?
Any more questions, and I'll have to start charging.
I had no idea you could do that, boss! Seriously, that was amazing! We're not worthy. We're not worthy! I gotta admit, though, I'm itching to see what happens next. Feels like we barely scratched the surface.
I'm just as curious as you are. But the ceremony only allows for limited time inside. That's all we can see for now. Luckily, we managed to learn quite a lot.
So far, so good. I just hope the others are doing okay too. Especially the group with the Traveler. Their mission is a risky one. Let's hope it's all going smoothly.
If you're worried about them, go see how they're doing.
If I know Boss, she's gonna need some time to write up all the details and make sure it's all coherent. I'll stay behind to lend a hand, but feel free to head back and meet up with the others.
Ok, adesso si ritorna da me. Colombina, rupe del tuono. Siamo così lontani. No, aspettate un attimo. 2 minuti di pausa, perché qua parlano tanto. Pure a quel punto solo. Sono curioso. Non ce lo dice? Ce la dice la percentuale. Completa l'eleggia della luna evanescente per sbloccare. Cioè, in che senso? Non sono ancora. Aspettate. No, sbloccarmi qualche missione, vero? Polka sotto l'oracolo della luna. Ma devo fare. Oh mamma mia, quanto l'impossibilation. Allora, dato che io sono qua e mi segna che ci sta un fantasmetto dei miei, cosa c'è qua da fare? Allora, perfettino, aspettate un attimo, voglio essere sicura che non ci sia niente di perso. Allora, qua cosa c'è di interessante? Controlliamo. C'è sta pietra che Sì. Che devo scendere sotto? Da qua per esempio? Che carini. Cosa carini. Quindi devo prendere questi. Quale? Ah. Ok. Secondo me non è che proprio sia stato e quindi che fa questo robot? Se devo cercarlo in poche parole. No, perché non ti dice solo di perlustrare, non è che proprio sono molto. Perché le scale non le corri? Potrei usare questo, secondo me. Non vedi che devo combattere. Sì, ci sta a combattere un pochino in realtà. Ho combattuto troppo poco. Che c'è? Cosa c'è laggiù? Laggiù dove? Seguire il robottino? E seguiamo il robottino. Craca 3. Perché sei qui? Salve. Questa è tutta secondaria sta missione. Dovrei indossare qualche divisa verde della gilda degli avventurieri? È il mio completo preferito, che vuoi? Cioè il mio abito da quando sono nata a quando sono morta, a quando sono venuta in questo mondo. Turbolenza dei Kuvaki. Ok. Perché tu sei vestita così? Eh? Io sono colei che serve la luna gelata, nata nella mare. Come ti chiami? Vernat, casco, vabbè, Verna, è più carino. In questo globo sublunare mi chiamano Devilmena. La sarcastica fate. Eh? Fa pure la sarcastico personaggio mio. Bello. Ok. Sì, ti aiuteremo, basta che possiamo capire che dobbiamo fare. Sì. Ok. Il Kuvaki alle rupe del tuono è sempre stato instabile, sin dall'epoca della prima Cantaluna, Lady Ayla, però è peggiorato molto da quando quelle due rocce giganti sono cadute dal cielo. Come si dice, come dice la scrittura, o fanciulla lunare, anche le leggi immutabili impostate dai terribili sovrani del firmamento si piegheranno al tuo canto, così come le monete del tempo e i segni del cielo. Ah, sì? La soluzione risponde al fuoco con il fuoco. Non credo, però. Sì. Ok. Sì. Perfetto. Conta sotto per caso ci fai continuare. Entra nella grotta e cerca. Dai, fammi. E devo riuscire a entrare là dentro. Quindi lancia i frammenti contro la pietra. Quanto stanno questi frammenti? Sempre che io non li vedo. Questi sono qua. Andiamo per la prima volta e mi vedo che non mi ha pensato. Vai.
Don't push your luck. Freeze. Dodge this. What's the hurry? Don't get frostbite. Freeze. Get. Oh, so sorry. Freeze.
Ce le palle vedi?
Dodge this. Cool it. Freeze. This moment will be frozen in time.
Per leggermente curare il mio... Vieni.
Cool it.
Cosa volevi fare? Cosa volevi fare? Mezzo ammazzati però.
How fortunate.
Sono fortunate. Non sono su fortunate così. Mi dice che devo entrare nella grotta e cercare frammenti. No. Sotto la grotta. C'ero andata, ma non c'erano frammenti. Te hanno chietas. Come ti lascio? Abbiamo perso. Al giro contrario, aspetta. Perché hai ammazzato un mostro, la grotta. Dove sta?
What's the hurry?
Ok. Ma mi dice lancia i frammenti contro la pietra.
What's the hurry? What's the hurry?
Quindi esci nella giornata sotto. Ok. Il robot sembra puntare sopra. Comunque per security mi pure curo. Che dici? Mi curano poco. È un poco morto. Ok. Che senso vuole il potere?
I suppose this will do.
Vedo tutto. Perché c'è proprio un frammento, una cosa. Una pietra. Scusa, sta pietra di qua? Vediamo, io devo andare su. Tu capito che io voglio fare questa missione qua per poter sbloccare la missione che fa da Luna? Non sto leggendo perché è troppo secondaria per me questa. Sì, ma io voglio andare. Cioè vorrei andare a sbloccare quell'altro posto. Mi dicono succede qualcosa. No, sto chiedendo. Ma finisce lo stesso. Ok. Sì, quindi ora vuoi scaricare il problema a noi. Ma questa non è che era la... credo che dicono che è una ladra. Che di capella stai guardando? Oh. Mi sa di sì a lei. Sì, andiamo. Andiamo, andiamo. E tu chi sei? Sì. Non mi fiderei di te, però... Mm, sì, 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 sì. Va bene, va bene. Ti crediamo, anzi, ti preoccupare. Arriva questa turbolenza al Kubaki perché finalmente al finale del cerchiamo. Signora, signora, che innalzi... Sì, queste parole. Vai.
Dodge this! What's the hurry?
forte di
What's the hurry?
un attimo che mi prendo questo. Vendi, signore,
What's the hurry? Dodge this! Don't get frostbite! Freeze! Cool it!
Già molto sì. Guarda, la situazione è un po' complicata, leggermente complicata. Con salute.
Dodge this! This moment will be frozen in time.
Morto? Sì. Ok.
What's the hurry?
Io raccolgo le pische mi servono, ragazzi.
Quite the find.
Prendiamo e facciamo. Così. Allora, a questo prezzo ne dovrebbe essere uno che là. Almeno che mi serve dell'una questo che ci sono adesso, questo sabillo. Soprenda, non andiamoci. Domani. Il secondo e là sotto non lo posso prendere perché devo sbloccarmi l'area, quindi facciamo questo adesso. Devo scendere sotto e prenderlo, anche se c'è uno di là. Sì, che là ho visto qualcosa che non mi è piaciuto. È un nemico? Decisamente. Gente non mi piace. Quello che non serve, sì. 10 contro 10 mi vedo che
Push your luck.
Sì, si vede. Sì.
Don't push your luck.
Non ce la fa. Solo per forza. Aspetta. Il problema è che tu dici che non mi hai ammazzato, però non è che hai ammazzato per forza. Mi sta dando solo fastidio.
Try not to enjoy this too much.
Freeze! Cool it! Time for retribution!
Vado indietro. Mi davano una cosa che racconta. Chi lo voglio ammazzare? Perché è un poco impossible questo malutino. No, ne manca solo uno. Devo solo
Io ammazzaci ne trovo parecchio.
notato che non basta da più livello 75. E vediamo se ce la facciamo. Perché se dopo me l'hai ammazzato. Perché è stato? Credo che ce ne bastasse. Sì. Spinge da peggio. Ah? Oh. Super frammento ci siamo. Quindi no, devo fare tutto questo enigma. Non c'è niente. Oh, parto di nuovo là. Non è che è sbagliato. Ah? No, ho scocciato, se vedete. Sì, ma che sai, ma una rete. Ma che sai, trilla.
Better than nothing.
Quindi un'altra cosa, finalmente dai a mangiare. Perfetto, e ci ho già la barriera e rismandando i pezzi di mondo al suo posto originale, giusto. Quindi questo non esiste sta questione. Una ladra, secondo me, la famosa ladra di cui parlava di Aino. Ma io ero brava a parte già, non tieni più pallino già. Dai, su. Perché sei tutta sola? Sì, voleva risolvere i problemi, lei. Sì. Lei, posso parlare? Ho mangiato un arancio. Ci sei andato? Ci sei andato? Profumo d'arancia. Ok, questa è andata. Trovo un altro modo per entrare nella cosa segreta. Ma perché tipo sembra come se ci fosse la caccia dell'abisso? No? Lo so che devo scendere. No, ma sembra tipo come se ci fosse la caccia dell'abisso. Io devo prendere proprio il cosalcetto. No, via un frammento che era messo là. Vedi? Un frammento. È una spinta.
We'll need more where that came from.
Non si lascia niente indietro, specie in questo mondo, soprattutto gli scritti, dove ti possono dare tante soddisfazioni. Ma non si vede niente, non vorrei dirvelo. Cioè, io sono cieca.
Oh, they've been prowling around for nearly 2 days now.
Ah, ma questa la continua, mo.
Just won't quit. Oh, they might not have seen us yet, but them constantly sweeping the area, our way out is completely blocked.
Dovremmo andare in modo nascosto, ma sia tranquillo che silenzioso.
Oh, that's never gonna work. One little slip up and it's game over. If they spot us, they'll run straight back to Rare. And once he knows we're here, it won't be long before he's breathing down our necks again. Oh, guess you're...
Basta parlare, basta. Sì, non mi faccio scoprire, scusami. Me l'ho scordato che non posso tornare indietro.
They might not have seen us yet, but oh, that's never... If they spot us,
No, ma mi piace che
they'll
mo...
Oh,
Io volevo
guess
andare
you're
a fare
right.
quel cosino là che avevo detto, che me ne devo
Time to zip it.
Sono defettuosi qua, non perciuto. Allora, aspetta che devo fare una cosa. Questa me la segno così, ma se almeno so che ci devo venire un'altra volta. Quindi evitiamo che le pattuglie ci scoprano.
That was a close call.
Via, let's go. Scusa. Arrampicati però. Sì, là sono belle grosse però. Ma ce n'è un altro. Ah sì.
They're coming this way. Keep going. We're nearly there. This is the final hurdle.
Ci siamo quasi. Insomma.
Oh, there's no end to these things.
Sicuramente c'è un'altra via d'uscita, no? Non possiamo continuare così. Qua servirebbero un po' di aiuti. Non lo dico in generico. Un bel attacco all'improvviso dai miei alleati, no?
Fire.
Oh.
Fire? Wait, what's that smell?
Che velocità. Arlecchino. Solo mio fratello ce l'ha. Treno 2.
Sandrone was right. You look weak, Columbina.
Sì, è debole la nostra colomba.
The old you would never have let such lowly creatures bar your way. Word has it that you did something for the Tsaritsa, and that's why you've lost most of your power. Freedom comes at a heavy price, doesn't it?
Oh.
It's Arlecchino! You came!
Hello again, Columbina. And greetings, guests of the House of the Hearth.
It's been a while, Arlecchino.
Le ciuamo da un cazzo da ciuanaggio, tuo figlio mio. Già fatto che...
Stupid right here of stupid Solnari. Ugh, whatever. I've got all the data I need. Next time we meet, you're finished.
Questa sarà la tua fine.
He sure doesn't pull his punches.
Excuse me, do you need a hand?
You can do me a favor by staying out of my way. Can't you see I'm busy? Wait a minute. I recognize that voice.
Hello, Miss Sandrone. Father sent us over to help.
Ci fa l'enetica. Ma che ci fa l'enetica? E chi è quello che tu avvicinati sui frati? Perfetto. Lynette c'ha una famiglia. Lei c'ha le orecchie, lui no. E l'altro neanche.
How considerate of her.
Fuoco, aria? Acqua, che? Gelo, che? Che stanno fuoco al centro? Che stanno all'aria? O acqua o ghiaccio?
Hey, Fremine, get over here and help me fix this.
Terminette.
Lenny, you do your thing. Just keep your sister away from my machines. Nearly every machine that Catgirl touches ends up going haywire. Go put her on cleaning duty or something.
Then let's start downstairs. Fremine, we'll leave this place to you. You've got it.
Wait a second. Pretty sure there's still some tea in the cupboard. If you want some, you'll have to make it yourselves.
Ma ritorniamo alla base. Tutti insieme? Tranne Flynn, ci sono tutti? Il problema è se il fuoco adesso sono questi punti calienti del gioco. Cioè io non ho sbloccato le cose importanti. Ci andiamo così. Tanto. Anzi, aspetta. Io sono curata, sai? Ma vi pure a curare. Chissà qual è quello del fuoco. Lo vorrei affrontare per lo screen. È fulmine. Diciamo il mio acqua non è tanto, cioè 60 quasi che un fuoco ci odigna a 75. Lì è full screen, non è capito niente. Se almeno più vengono così più. capisci? Vedi? Vedi? Il perseguita ha chiesto, E credo ghiaccio, che ma che non è che di l'acqua, ma che pare credo ghiaccio a me. Mi perseguita. Ma tanto lo sconfiggerò. Lo mangerò. Ok, vediamo che succede adesso.
It's a relief to see you all made it back in one piece.
Sì, siamo sempre tutti sani e salvi.
Feels like there's quite a few people missing. Where's Flint's and the others? And what about Nefer?
I returned ahead of them. Flint is helping Ino and Anefa to set up the decoys and buy some time. As for Miss Nefer...
Boss is still wrapping things up on her end. She sent us back to fill you all in on the top secret intel we've been gathering.
I see. Then let's get right into it. But first, who do we have here? You brought someone else in to help?
Greetings. I was invited here to help as a longtime Tea Party companion of Columbina's. You may call me Arlecchino.
Surely it can't be.
Those eyes. Oh, where have I seen them before? Wait, of course. In those memories we just saw.
The only Arlecchino I know is the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers. So either you share a pretty uncommon name, or you're more than just a Tea Party buddy.
You're well informed, Grandmaster. A man from Mondstadt living all the way out here in Nodcry, and yet the people and affairs of Snezhnaya seem to hold a special place in your heart.
Oh, the feeling's mutual. Sounds like you know all about who I am, too.
A Fatui Harbinger.
The atmosphere in here just got really tense. Guess we can't just start trusting Fatui Harbingers, even at a time like this.
I must admit, though, I'm a little curious. Seeing as the Moon Goddess no longer belongs to the Fatui, what makes you so willing to put your neck on the line here?
Nor does Nodcry belong to Mondstadt, Mr. Varka. Yet still, you're fighting for it all the same. Things don't always have to have a tangible payoff. Sometimes, stopping things from spiraling out of control is a higher priority than chasing the spoils of victory. Of course, I can't say there's nothing in it for me at all. But that's between Columbina and myself.
Forgive me. I don't mean to doubt you. It's just that the Fatui really have been the source of many of our troubles. We have our own way of doing things here in Nodcry. But ever since they arrived, the Fatui have treated us with nothing but hostility.
I know there's been a lot of bad blood between us in the past. I've done my utmost to avoid friction whenever I could. But sometimes fundamental conflicts of interest simply can't be settled amicably. That's why I'm here solely in a personal capacity. This has nothing to do with the Fatui. As a gesture of good faith, I'll be frank. I can help Columbina track down the iridescent moon's marrow, which will help her restore more of her power. Anyway, what else is on the agenda? Let's begin.
She says she'll be frank, then completely skips over the details. Looks like she doesn't want to give away too many secrets after all. But she clearly wants to change the subject. It'd be awkward if I tried to bring it up again now. I guess we'll just have to go along with it. She's the fourth of the Fatui Harbingers after all. One look and you can tell she's not someone you'd want to mess with.
Well, since Miss Arlecchino sounds confident in her ability to handle that, we'll proceed to the next topic. Yehoda, time to share that top-secret intel.
All right, listen up, everyone. First, we now know that Rerir was originally a Conrian secret agent whose primary mission was to hunt down and assassinate the so-called Dregs of the Crimson Moon.
The Dregs of the Crimson Moon?
Mm-hmm. In the memories, there was a lot of talk about the Crimson Moon and Eclipse, and a whole bunch of other stuff from the time of Conria.
To my knowledge, those were the names of 2 different Conrian dynasties. Long, long ago, it is said that the people of Conria worshipped the Crimson Moon, drawing a mysterious power from its reflection.
Si dice che molto tempo fa il popolo di Canir adorasse la luna Crevisi che le traesse un potere misterioso dalla loro luce
But
riflessa.
one day, a coup saw the Crimson Moon eclipsed, hence the name of the new dynasty that replaced it, and how it became the new emblem of Conria.
Ma un giorno un colpo di stato portò all'eclissi della luna Cremisi ed è così che nacque la nuova dinastia, e il suo emblema divenne quello di Canriha.
Still, long after the Crimson Moon dynasty had fallen, the last ruler of the Eclipse dynasty, the Vinster king, still coveted the secrets it left behind. So, he sent the Rehir of Solnari to secretly hunt down the Crimson Moon's few remaining followers.
Tuttavia, anche dopo la caduta della dinastia della luna Cremisi, l'ultimo sovrano dell'eclissi, il re Vinster, continuò a bramare i segreti che essa aveva lasciato. Così inviò Vindice a dare segretamente la caccia ai pochi seguaci rimasti dalla luna Cremisi.
In those days, Rerir showed no signs of madness. In fact, he was as normal as any other person. Oh, and he had a fiancé, or at least a would-be fiancé, called Tholindis.
E a quel tempo Rerir ovviamente non aveva ancora neanche manifestato i suoi sintomi della follia. Era una persona come le altre. Aveva una promessa sposa che si chiama Tholindis, o si chiamava perlomeno. Ma penso che non si sono mai sposati, da quell'ultimo ricordo.
What's the matter?
Verfnir, Rhine-daughter, Flinders.
Interesting. Anything else? What about this would-be fiancé of his? Do we...
Well, she was a researcher at the Universitas Magistrorum, but it felt like she was hiding some kind of secret.
Oh, and one more thing. For some reason, Rerir's fragment also contained some of Tholindis' memories, though only a very small portion.
Well, no shortage of potential leads, I'll give you that. In any case, it sounds like we can conclude that while Tholindis was still around, Rerir appeared to be lucid and quite normal. Tholindis, it seems, must have been the one thing in this world that he couldn't let go of. Tell me, though, were these pure-blood Conrians we're talking about here?
Why do you need to know that? Hold on. If she was a pure-blood Conrian... Oh yeah! Just like how it was with the captain!
If we could somehow find her, do you think there's any chance Rerir might regain some of his sanity?
It's possible, but it would take a miracle. We can't pin all our hopes on that. That merchant who Nefer knows, Dori Sangama Bay. Maybe we could hire her to look into it.
All right, then. Let's keep working in our separate teams. Traveler, Paimon, Kutar, and Miss Arlecchino will go look for the iridescent moon's marrow.
Ovviamente io Colombina e Arlecchino andremo a cercare il midollo della luna iridescente.
As for the others,
e per gli
On the way
altri.
over here, I noticed that the wild hunt monsters had grown even more frenzied in their search for Kutar.
Lei ha notato che lungo la strada stanno tutti cercando colombine, cioè la caccia selvaggia ovviamente sta cercando in modo molto più stretto e quindi non
At
so.
this rate, the people living here will be in grave danger too. So I'm thinking of gathering together some of our followers to go wipe them out.
I'll head back to the curatorium and meet up with the boss.
feels good knowing we've all got something to be getting on with.
E tu, Varka, che farai?
Given that the Wild Hunt has been a lot more active lately, the Lightkeepers have likely begun their own operations too. If that is the case, someone will need to pass the news on to Flint's. I'll hold the fort for now. Then discuss our next move with Flint's,
Lui
Ino,
resterà
and Nefa when they get
alla
back.
base, ovviamente. Farà un cavolo.
Well, the clock's ticking. If that's everything, we'll be on our way.
We'd better get moving too. We'll try to buy you as much time as we can.
Relax. Just do your thing. I decided to
Ma
call
dei
in some backup
rinforzi
since
lui.
things are getting so hairy. Our reinforcements should be here any minute now. Stay safe, everyone. Dismissed.
Non siamo tuoi soldati. Non sto facendo niente. Niente, di niente.
We're back. Did we get here a little early? Or a little late?
A tad late. The others have already set off. To summarize, our resident moon goddess has found us a new ally, and Boss Nefer has uncovered some promising info. Everything going smoothly on your end?
Not great. I don't know how long we can stall them for. The decoys are getting taken out way faster than we imagined. I'm gonna make some more later, but I need a timeout first. I'm so tired right now. Oh, right! Nefa, could you fill in Uncle Varka on what we just discussed with Flint's?
Sure. Uncle Varka, you previously told us about how when you went to investigate a source of the wild hunt in Amsvartnir, you discovered that it was just a diversion. But according to Flint's intel, several outbreaks of the wild hunt had already occurred in Nodcry in the period leading up to that. That was before Rerir had regained his body, when he was far from regaining his full strength. In other words, in theory at least, he still lacked the means to act in two places at once.
Flint's. With everything that's been happening, the Lightkeepers across Nodcry are rallying to fight back against the Wild Hunt. They're gonna need your help. I know, I'm sure you're capable of coming up with something far more effective than decoys. But for now, you should stay here and get some rest. And Efa and I will head back over to Amsvartnir to see if there's anything I missed.
I told you Uncle Varka would say that, didn't I? A deal is a deal. Not a word about my snack intake for the next week.
Database updated. Reliability of Ino's predictions increased.
What does that mean?
They were betting on how you'd respond after hearing their intel.
It's the obvious choice, isn't it? That's hardly worth betting on.
We already decided that Nefa should go investigate the situation over at Amsvartnir on her own. You might as well stay here and keep watch. Someone needs to hang back and oversee our strategy meetings. And besides, you still haven't fully recovered from ambushing Rerir.
So I've ended up with the easiest assignment. Well, I appreciate it, everyone. See you when you get back.
Ok. Ma mo me lo fa vedere. Mo non mi fa vedere niente. Perfetto. Quindi mo non posso controllare a che punto sono. Intelligente questa mossa. Grazie. E facciamo quest'altra bella missioncina. Bueno, la iniziamo.
This will serve as
Domani
a
non
good
ci sono,
spot to cross
se tutto va
over.
bene.
Arlecchino, hold up a second. Since you brought us all
Sì.
this way, would you mind telling us what you got planned?
Bella sta missione. Sì. Dato che ci hai portato fin qui, che cosa hai in mente, dai?
Slightest idea what's going on here. And if even Columbina doesn't know where the iridescent moon's marrow is, how do you?
Simple. Because I am an inheritor of the royal bloodline of the Crimson Moon. And one of the last surviving embers of the Two Worlds' flames.
Huh? Are you serious? Isn't you're a descendant of that Crimson Moon dynasty we were just talking about? The one from ancient Conria?
Lei è una discendente della dinastia della Luna Cremis. Figa, figa.
Your surprise is understandable. I was also taken aback when I first learned of it. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized the signs had been there all along. When I was young, I discovered I could wield a very special kind of fire. It coursed like blood through my veins and smoldered away inside my nerves. What's more, whenever I experienced strong bursts of emotion or drew too deeply on this power, it was like some kind of presence within the fire would begin to gnaw away at me, consuming me from the inside out. Exactly. That is why my hands are like this, too. At first, I saw it only as a curse, but once I became a harbinger, the jester apprised me of the truth. Together with my own investigations, over the past few years, there are several things that I have gradually come to understand. For instance, take the so-called Crimson Moon. In truth, it is nothing more than the shattered remnants of the iridescent moon, fused with the abyss to prolong its lifespan. Since this blood flame was bestowed upon me by the Crimson Moon, it is a fusion of the iridescent moon's former power and the corruption of the abyss. You all understand the nature of the abyss well enough. I draw upon its power, and in return, it hungers for my soul. This strange blackness is the mark of corruption it has left behind.
If I recall correctly, you once told me that if the corruption ever made it to your heart, you'd become a completely different person.
Yes, and that's the reason I'm always careful not to push my power too far. It's essentially a never-ending tug-of-war.
Oh, sounds intense.
Anyway, the rest of my story can wait. Is there anything else about the Crimson Moon or the Iridescent Moon that you're unclear about?
Paimon has a question. So, the Crimson Moon that the Carians used to worship was actually the Iridescent Moon, right? Which was one of the three Moon Sisters. Does that mean that the Carians were to the Crimson Moon as the Frost Moon Scions are to the Frost Moon?
So much of that history has been lost. We have no way of knowing exactly what they were like. But I would suspect that the Conrians weren't as devout in their moon worship as it might appear. The iridescent moon's remains simply served as their link to the Abyss. Later on, perhaps someone discovered a way to make direct contact with the Abyss. Or maybe there was some kind of ideological divide. Either way, a dissenting faction staged a coup and drove out the royal heirs of the Crimson Moon dynasty. Still, even with the dark sun looming high overhead, the Crimson Moon's glow never truly faded. If you want living proof, it's standing right before you.
The first time we met, I sensed something familiar in your presence. When I looked at you, I felt I could see that mysterious red moon in the corner of my eye. In your flames, I saw its broken image, surrounded by a strange black aura.
Well, I appreciate that you kept it to yourself. Much about the Crimson Moon is still a mystery, and I'd prefer not to end up as the object of an insane research project. Anyway, time is against us here, so if there's any other questions, they'll have to wait. I just want to make sure I've got one thing straight. In her letter, Sandrone mentioned that since you are unable to contain the iridescent moon's marrow yourself, you intend to leave it in my custody, correct?
That's right. For now, it's the only way I can pay you back for your help. The iridescent moon is already part of who you are. So with its marrow in your possession, you'll be even more powerful than before.
Deal. Then let's get started.
Get what started? What does this place have to do with the Crimson Moon?
When I first became a Harbinger, the Jester gave me a book called Parenheri, also known as Leobranto Innamorato. You should be able to buy a copy next time you're in Fontaine. It's a love story set in the Crimson Moon era. But setting aside the tangled romances of its characters, it also records a few interesting details. In the Crimson Moon era, or so the story goes, there was an orphanage that received children from beyond the bounds of this world, and subjected them to a peculiar induction ceremony.
Durante l'epoca della Luna Cremisi, così narra la leggenda, c'era un orfanotrofio in cui venivano accolti dei bambini provenienti da altri confini di questo mondo, ai quali veniva imposto un insolito rituale di iniziazione.
Beyond the bounds of this world? For real? And what kind of induction ceremony?
I don't know.
The Crimson Moon sages looked beyond this world for beings with powers that surpassed the gods. But fearing they might lose control, they subjected these children to a process of refinement.
I saggi della Luna Cremisi guardarono al di là di questo mondo alla ricerca di esseri con poteri che andasse oltre a quelli della capacità degli dei, ma temendo di perdere il controllo sottoposero questi bambini a un processo di perfezionamento.
They made these children crawl up a fireplace and kept asking them, "Have you died? Did you see it?" Until they finally admitted to having died and seen a crimson moon.
Li costrinsero a strisciare lungo la canna fumaria continuando a chiedergli: sei morto? L'hai vista? Finché alla fine i bambini ammisero di essere morti e di aver visto la Luna Cremisi.
The adults embraced the children who passed the ritual, telling them, "Within the fireplace you have traversed the flames between two worlds. Here and now you are born anew." The book leaves much unsaid. But I suspect that this was their way of branding the children they had enrolled, leaving an indelible mark upon them so that they would forever live in the Crimson Moon's light.
That explains why I can't sense the Crimson Moon's marrow in this world. It makes sense that it would be sealed in a special space that can only be accessed temporarily through some kind of ritual.
But there's no fireplace here. Do you see a chimney anywhere? Oh, are we supposed to build it ourselves? Okay, fine. Paimon will go find some bricks.
That won't be necessary. The fireplace is purely symbolic. The key to the ritual is crossing the flames between two worlds. In other words, the flames that burn within me. Those burned away by such flames leave behind a kind of ghostly afterimage in the world. In the days of Conria, people believed they could be used to bridge the gap between the two worlds of life and death. In short, I can open a passage to that space for you. That's the easy part. The catch is I'll need to stay on this side to keep the passage open, so I won't be able to come with you. Once you're inside, you'll have to find your own way. Very well. Then I'll open it up.
Traveler, spare me a little more moonlight if you would. I may need it. Thank you. I feel like I've recovered some of my strength now. It should be enough to move us across short distances and confront whatever dangers might await.
Mistress of the seven hues of ages past, great mother of the present, crimson-clad sovereign of the two realms, by fire severed, by fire renewed, I offer myself now and beseech your descent. One word of advice. As you're crossing over, no matter what voices you hear, do not answer.
Got it.
I sense a sinister gloom inside, but also the familiar light of the moon. I feel that I am about to meet an old friend who has changed beyond all recognition.
Ok, andiamo ragazzi, let's gottiamo. Dove ci capiterà mai di salire in un posto del genere? Mai. Vediamo se facendo ricaricare la stamina. Ma cominceranno a rompere, vero?
Hey, look up at the sky! A red moon! This must be the spot, right? Is that the abyss? It's practically filled the entire place. What now?
What a tragic sight. Fragments of your broken body, seized by the abyss, and hung up aloft like mummified remains. Iridescent moon. Was this truly what you wished for?
Proseguiamo e vediamo cosa troviamo più avanti, va.
There's something spooky about this place. Feels like something is lurking in the fog. Haimon's right behind you. Whatever you do, don't run off without her.
È stato fantasma, vero? Sì.
By the way, Columbina, didn't you tell us that the iridescent moon had shattered into pieces? The moon up there looks pretty whole to Paimon. How is that possible?
Che è il problema? Quindi che fai? Guarda. Aspetta, non ci fosse una cosa nascosta prima qua. Sai? Perché se mi controllano? Sì, è mai troppo tranquillo, fargli posso io, ovviamente. Cosa che mi interessa? Per il momento no. Configurazione gruppo, in che senso? Hai cliccato? Ma per forza che sto per un momento? Che sto per un gruppo più forte che tieni? Allora, il picciolo sai
Windblade!
You?
Freeze!
Giusto perché Kay ha fatto anche del suo meglio. Quella tensione che si voleva spegnere. Allora, fino a mo' che non ci hai visto niente di scrignoso. Il problema è che il mio radar non percepisce niente. Il ti arrampicare, punti fa arrampicare, quindi vuol dire che automaticamente non ne pia niente. Io sto cercando.
Just like I thought. It was only a facade.
Ale. Vedi. Scopriremo. Bello piede, sono bello cazzo in faccia. Ormai. Oh no. Perfetto, poi non c'è niente. Cos'è questa musica che fa boom 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 boom?
Huh? Huh? For real? That's way too high! There's no way we'll be able to reach it!
No. I'm not sensing anything up there. It's coming from under the mountain.
Let's see... Ah! There's some kind of weird shadow over the water! Wait, see that? Looks like a mechanism of some sort. Let's check it out! Looks like a device from the time of Kalia. Maybe people once came here to study the Crimson Moon's domain, and they left this behind. If we could these mechanisms might be the key to unlocking the secret? Let's try to find more of them!
Thalindis, we'll leave the rest of the research in your hands. We'll be heading back now.
I hope this isn't ruining date night. Ugh. Mind your own business. Just leave me some snacks on the table.
Thalindis? Is that Rere's girlfriend? How come we're hearing her voice here?
Lindis, la ragazza di Rerir. Come mai sentiamo la sua voce qui? Che era una ricercatrice dell'Università di Magistrorum.
Oh yeah! So, do you think she was studying this strange space all along?
The Abyss has made this space extremely unstable. Maybe that's why some of the things she said and did were preserved here. Like echoes. Or after images.
Whenever I see this view, it takes me back to
Vabbè,
a
non
poem
si
from
sveglia,
my
da mangiare fra
childhood.
poco. Tieno
Waning
muscolo.
moon, oh
Batti i muscoli
lifeless
adesso.
damsel, weeping on the mountain crest, mourning still in wistful tone, her
I
fragile
mucco, l'hai
soul
detto?
now
No,
laid to
un
rest.
mucco. Lei è stata fregato il telefono. È stata pigliato il telefono. Adesso racca il telefono. Adesso racca il telefono. Adesso è un po' stronzo. Piuttosto sogno. Fa i tatti che fa casallong come una soriglia. Alessandro.
For me, of all people, to be here investigating the mysteries of the Crimson Moon space, is it a coincidence or something more?
Oh, looks like the Abyss has messed up this mechanism. We need to find a way to get it working again. Let's see if there are any other devices nearby.
Wingblade!
see. So the moon marrow, or rather the power of the 3 moons, is the key to unlocking... If it really does exist, then maybe this madness can finally be put to an end.
Cosa? Non ti può dire, ovviamente.
Come ti permette a passare da molto?
Perché sono una che gira a fantasie. Ti voglio dire che se ne può un microfono attivo, però... Volevi fare? Eh? Che volevi fare? Sentiamo. Ti faccio vedere io che volevi fare.
With the Abyss inhibitors in place, I should be able to access the chamber with the moon marrow. Oh, Revier, with every step you take, you're drifting further from what you truly desire. But you're not the root of the problem. Ever since that outsider set foot in Conria, the Vinster King has sunken deeper into madness.
Oh, Rerir, ogni tuo passo ti allontana sempre di più da ciò che desideri realmente. Ma tu non sei la radice del problema. Da quando lo straniero ha messo piede a questo cittadino passino qua, il re Vinster è sprofondato sempre di più nella sua follia.
Only I could get my hands on that outsider.
Se solo riuscissi a incontrare quello straniero. Sai chi è lo straniero? Boh.
The moon's reflection is back to normal! Elindis's voice mentioned a chamber with the moon marrow. Do you think maybe it's hidden in the moon's reflection?
It must be. For within it, I sense the fragile aura of a dying soul.
Then there's no time to lose! Let's go!
Freeze!
Naruto Shippuden. Abbiamo camminato sull'acqua, ragazzi, come i veri ninja.
These things are so creepy! Oh, looks like we'll have to destroy them if we want to get to the iridescent moon's marrow.
Recidi le catene abissali. Ok, come? Così? Ah. Si fa sempre così al meglio. Perfetto.
That must be the iridescent moon's marrow! Oh, we'll need to destroy these things before we can reach it!
Vabbè, andiamo a fare la distruttrice dei mondi, ragazzi. E là. No, questi no. Eccola, cominciamo da loro.
Windblade!
Questi sono andati. Quelli grossi me li posso lasciare per ultimo. Ma tutti grossi sono. Colpa mia. Siete voi che pensate male? Sì, siete voi che siete quelli un po' pervertiti che capite male, porcogino. Mi devo curare. Mi conviene fare una cura per tutti. Ok. Vabbè, allora se cioè l'ultimo me lo lascio quello di sotto, quindi mi faccio tutto il piano di sopra, dove non ci sarà solo il piccoletto, ma ci saranno anche i grandi. Facciamo bene. Perfetto. Mi facessi curare, non sarebbe un problema. Vabbè, me l'ha fatta morire. Si gioco di me.
Looks like I got carried away.
Ma lo posso usare? Grazie.
Dodge this. Don't get frostbite.
Li odio.
Cool it.
Sono sotto effetto di veleno. E ora rompimo le palline di Natale. Culo. Ma però devo curarli tutti. Ma sono rimasti gli ultimi stronzi sotto. Speriamo ci fosse qualcosa che mi interessa. Poi morirai, eh.
Freeze.
Mio.
Cool it.
E ho visto leggermente il mio personaggio mezzo morto. Non so voi, ma io l'ho visto morire. Per un attimo. Ok. Troppo semplice.
The iridescent moon's marrow. Still burning away like an undying flame, yet now contaminated by the abyss. If we can purify the abyssal power within, we should be able to obtain its untainted essence.
Me ne occupo io, sono l'aspiratutto. Wow.
It's so cold. Is it you? Are you here?
Huh? Are you talking to us?
At long last, I can see you once more. Our fates have crossed, and I am finally free. I'm sorry, I lied to you. Even knowing what was to come, I still couldn't let go of the fear in my heart as death drew near. The moment the moon shattered, my body began to split apart piece by piece. Like I was being cut into pieces by 1,000 blunt blades. My thoughts scattered as the cold crept in. But I could not bear to fade away like that. Tell me, what was it that brought you to us all that time ago? If only I had possessed your courage, then I might have been spared this torment more painful than death. You look so puzzled. That's how I felt too when I first saw you. But trust me when I say that everything happens for a reason. Farewell, Hypo.
What was that all about? Was that the goddess of the iridescent moon? It sounded like she was speaking to a long-lost friend. But none of us have ever met her before, right?
Perhaps. She took me for the goddess of the frost moon she once knew. For a fading soul like hers, our auras must be too similar to tell apart.
But anyway, we've got the iridescent moon's marrow now. That should help you regain your strength, right? Alright. Time to leave this place and meet back up with Arlecchino. Let's go! That's odd. This place looks different than when we came in.
Waning moon,
huh?
O lifeless damsel.
Oh. Hurry! The place is collapsing!
It wants to trap us here.
Who's it? The abyss?
Now we've taken the moon marrow. All that's left here is a dark will. It will show us no mercy.
Give it back! The crimson moons! My marrow! My heart!
Finally! Huh? Oh no!
is where you fall. Witness my rise. What are you waiting for?
We made it! Is that you, Arlecchino? Did you save us? Wait, your hands!
Oh, this? Don't worry. It's a small price to pay.
No.
The Abyss wanted to trap you inside, and I defied its will by bringing you out.
T'hai
No
detto, ti
wonder
feci
it's a
consumare
little
l'anima.
angry. No. I have paid the price, albeit a small one, and it cannot be undone. My hands have already fused with the Abyss. Purification would simply destroy whatever's left of them.
But surely... Oh, we're so sorry, Arlecchino. Paimon can't believe you'd make a sacrifice like this for us.
As much as I'd like to call it a favor, the truth is I was simply holding up my end of the deal. Well, Columbina.
Yes, you did your part.
Again.
And as promised, I will leave the iridescent moon's marrow in your care. From this day forth, may the two worlds' flames burn ever more brightly.
I'll take that as a blessing. Now, Columbina, give me your hand. Accept this moonlight I offer in return.
Quindi siamo le trellone adesso.
Feeling stronger?
Hey, Columbina, are you okay?
I'm fine. Our powers are a little at odds, that's all.
By the Frost Moon's authority alone, wielding the power of the other moons was always going to be a stretch. Still, I think it's fair to say that your strength has returned. At least to the level it was at as Third Harbinger.
It's still not enough. There's no way I can hope to challenge Rayrir like this. Just... if you would. It's okay. I can take it.
How about now? Fighting fit?
At the very least, I won't have to stay hidden like before. I want to see him gone from Not Cry. The Rayhir of Solnari and his wild hunt must be sent back where they belong.
Well, it's good to have something to aim for. You certainly seem more alive now than you did earlier. When I first met you, you didn't strike me as a ray of moonlight. More like a wisp of fog drifting in from who knows where, ready to scatter at the first sign of a breeze. But now, you're full of vitality. Just like the Frost Moon, once the brightest of them all. May you keep shining, Columbina. This is who you are.
Thank you. Look after yourself too, Arlecchino. I know you have plans of your own, and that's why you're always seeking to grow stronger. But whatever you're after, don't let the Abyss take a hold of you. I do not wish to see you go down the same path as Rayrir.
I appreciate the concern, Columbina. Although perhaps it's time you took a new name.
new name?
Kutar, the Moon Maiden, Columbina. They're nothing more than code names. They describe who she is and the roles she's played, but they're not her real name. We often use code names in the House of the Hearth, too. But it's knowing your real name that keeps you grounded. Up till now, you've been living a wandering life, so you've probably never really cared. All I'll say is this. Once you've defeated Rerir, give it some thought. All right, that's it from me. I'll get you back safely first, then go meet up with Sandrone.
You're the best!
I appreciate the gesture. It speaks to your good character. Anyway, let's get going. There are more urgent things to do right now than trade compliments.
It was a close call, but we got the iridescent moon's marrow and restored Columbina's strength. And that's all that matters. In other words, mission accomplished. Paimon wonders how everyone else is doing.
Ovvio, io vi devo dare fastidio fino alla morte. Senza sopportarmi fino alla morte. Vedi che lungo viaggio che ci sarà. Comunque, ragazzi, io stacco per questa sera. Ci vediamo, penso domani pomeriggio / sera, non so quando ci vediamo.
Non l'avrete domani vuol dire che l'abbiamo venduta ai marocchini del Marocco.
Perché dobbiamo finire sta benedetta storia perché ancora è lunga la situazione. Non so neanche che percentuale sono perché ovviamente non me la fanno vedere.
Andate soldi, lo dicevo la
Vi auguro a tutti buona cena e buonanotte, ragazzi. Ciao.
Bisogna vedere come scrivevo.